receive the QR code. So at any moment, just Dear colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you will be. A warm welcome here from the Europa meeting room in Brussels, in Eurocontrol, turned into almost in a studio television. So welcome to this hybrid event of CANSO Eurocontrol Global Resilience Summit. For those who do not know me, I'm Tony Lico. I'm head of the safety unit in the Network Management Directorate of Eurocontrol. It's a real pleasure for me to address the first welcome. There will be few in a moment. EUROCONTROL and CANSO decided to organize a joint hybrid global resilience summit to demystify the word resilience and what it means for the air traffic management community. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated that the resilience of air traffic management system is fundamental to ensuring that ATM can plan for, manage and recover quickly from different conditions. Together, over the next 2 days, we will attempt to demystify what resilience means to ATM. We discuss its important role in the successful delivery of safe and efficient ATM services and consider the lessons learned from the impact of the COVID-19 in our industry. Together, we put an amazing list of speakers from all over the world. The fact that we still have the conference, it's a proof of resilience. And I want to warm welcome here in Brussels. We have about 40, 50 brave participants who come from all over the world, from Europe. I just see our friends from Poland, from Nigeria, from France, from Belgium, from everywhere. So thank you very much. A great proof of resilience from your side. So I don't want to waste too much time because we have so great content for you. I just want to reassure that here in Brussels, we are organizing with the full respect of the sanitary measures and social distances. We have different tools for those who are present to put questions. Those who are on Zoom, you will be using a chat for salutations, but raise your question in the Q&A feature of the Zoom. So we will pick some of them as we go along. There will be different sessions that they will be able to take the Q&A at the end or as the presenter finishes, but tomorrow we have a rapid fire session with all the presenters that will be moderated by Jacopo Priscinotti, our Network Management Director, and then we'll fire only 30 seconds for each question. So don't hesitate and don't get too much upset if your question is not picked up immediately. So the more questions, the better, and I'm sure the topic is of great interest for everyone. So I have the pleasure to have co-host with me, my dear colleague and friend, Shane Campbell. Shane is the Safety Program Manager with CANSO. Before that, I know him for more than 10, 15 years with the FAA. He helped Eurocontrol developing our safety tools, the standard of excellence with CANSO and Eurocontrol for the safety management, for cybersecurity, and I can stay here and talk all day about Shane. So Shane, great pleasure to co-host with you. We'll be the co-anchors. So I'm passing to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tony, for that wonderful introduction, and welcome everyone to this important summit. This summit brings together key stakeholders in our community to clarify what resilience means to the ATM community and to discuss the important role resilience plays in the successful delivery of safe and efficient ATM services. I want to take a moment and provide a bit of context as to the venue of the summit. As you can see, and it was mentioned, Tony and I are here together at Eurocontrol headquarters in the magnificent Europa room. And while many of you are joining us online, as was also mentioned, there is a small contingent of participants and speakers that are here in person. To enhance the experience for both groups, we have settled on a studio format where we will act as anchors of this hybrid broadcast, bringing in people from all over the globe to provide valuable content on the topic of resilience. I encourage you to make the most of this event and engage by asking questions to our speakers using the technology available to those online and those here in the room. It goes without saying that to make an event like this a reality, there's a group of talented, dedicated individuals behind the scenes working tirelessly to ensure the participant experience is the best it can be. I can assure you this is no small task. Both of our organizations have worked in partnership for many months to make this summit a reality, dealing with twists, turns, and unexpected circumstances that have made us collectively adapt and overcome. To put it frankly, we have felt on the skin what it means to be resilient. With that in mind, Tony and I would like to take this opportunity to thank both the CANSO and Eurocontrol events and communications teams for everything they have done and will do to make this a one-of-a-kind experience, especially with everything we have had to overcome to be with you today. So thank you. In the true spirit of partnership and collaboration, I would now like to introduce the Director Generals of both CANSO and EUROCONTROL. First up, the EUROCONTROL Director General, Mr. Eamonn Brennan.
Good morning from Brussels and welcome to the EUROCONTROL CANSO Resilience Summit. Welcome to all those of you who are here with us in Brussels and all those online. Like everything in COVID, it's become a hybrid event, but I would hope that the events we have in the future where we will all be able to participate together. I'd like to thank CANSO for co-hosting this event with EUROCONTROL. It's great to have a partnership with the leading industry trade association, and it's good that we actually can work together and look at some of the problems that we have together in resilience. What I want to say to you today is I want to look at wider resilience, not just ATM, because during the day you'll have many experts looking at human factors and all of the various factors that are involved in resilience. I want to look at something a little bit wider, and that is the resilience of the global aviation industry. So if we look back at the industry since 1954, you can see we've weathered many shocks. Oil crises and going back to the Gulf crisis, and we've had also, of course, the 9/11 situation and, of course, the global financial crisis. But we've not seen anything like the COVID. If you look at the right-hand side of the chart there, you can see that we have fallen right off a cliff with COVID. And this is something really significant. It's a 60% decline in the world's total passengers in 2020. We've never seen anything like that before. Now, the question is, how resilient is this industry? This would be a challenge to any industry, not just aviation. But when you've got a well-structured industry like aviation with a lot of interconnecting parts, it provides a big challenge, but it also provides a big strength. Now, what I want to look at is really, how have we managed in Europe over the last number of months? As recently as the 15th of October, we produced baseline traffic scenarios. And if you look at, for instance, our current traffic situation, we're performing at about 73% of the 2019 levels over the last week or so. But what is important to look at is you can see that we were tracking along the dark blue line in the middle there. That was what we call our base scenario. But we're now below that and we're trending somewhere between base and low. And this, of course, is because of the arrival of the unexpected new variant, which we've seen in the last week. But generally, our forecasts have been in the range of 90% correct. And this is pretty good to see because we've had very good collaboration with the airline CEOs in basically putting these together. What's worth looking at is how has this affected the various states over the last year? So if you look, for instance, at Spain, you can see an 18% reduction in traffics between arrivals and departures. You know, have a look up there at Finland, 30%, Turkey 15%, France minus 19%. So always we're looking at basically an average of about 20 to 25% of a reduction in capacity. Now, when we're talking about, of course, ATM infrastructure, and when we've had our discussions with the Commission over the last number of years, you've seen that we always argue the point that ATM infrastructure capacity is fixed capacity, but we've always been working with you and working with the ANSPs to try and make sure that the capacity actually is scalable. And this is the key trick in making sure that it's cost effective and, of course, that it's resilient. And it's good just for a moment to look at how the airlines have fared. And over the last, week or so, you can see that there's been a big change. First of all, Ryanair continues to pile ahead. They're actually at 5% more than they were in 2019 at over 2,000 flights a day, which is huge. But have a look then at number 5 there, which is the EasyJet, which is minus 43%. And that basically reflects the effect that's been happening with the COVID in the UK, the restrictions, the extra PCR tests, and just look at one below it, of course, which is British Airways, and you can see that as well there. And, the whole thing is kind of tricky when you look at it in practice. And if you look, for instance, at how the airlines have performed, they've had variously different markets. Many of them have relied on cargo, many of them have relied on point to point, but the ones that have suffered probably the most have been hub and spoke carriers. And of course, we've had this issue of state aid to some of the very large carriers as well, which is in the form of loans, and many of them are now facing years ahead of trying to pay this back. So when we're looking at European airlines and the resilience of European airlines, let's have a look as an example at Ryanair as an example. In the summer, many European airlines returned very, very quickly. Now, we should be asking ourselves when we're talking about resilience, how was this actually done? For instance, in February 2021, Ryanair were operating 170 flights a day. In August 2021, 2,400 flights a day. So let's go back and look at this. This was done by excellent planning, no impact on safety, basically using their simulators, using their aircraft to have training flights, ferry flights, huge amount of static-based, fixed-based simulators using. But they used the downtime to train, to make sure that when actually they could go back, they went back overnight. And in the Network Manager, we witnessed a huge increase in Ryanair flights overnight and continuing on to this day. So really, in a kind of a military way, they ramped up very quickly and deployed very, very quickly. And it's a really good example of what has actually happened. But the most important thing is that there has been no impact on safety. And I think that that's been really, really good. The other thing I just want to say is European ATM. Again, we've handled this quite well. And I want to thank the operational stakeholders here, particularly the NSPs who have helped so much here, but also the network manager. Remember, we recovered from 10k flights a day to 25k, and I don't see any reason we can't go back to the 38k pretty quickly once the traffic starts moving up that way, because we have strong collaboration. We've advanced planning through the NOP, which is now basically updated every single week. Very close interaction with the airlines and with the network manager. And all of this has been done with no impact on safety. Now, I'm very strong and understand that safety is the bedrock on which our industry is built. But it's also important to realise that we can have high capacity and high levels of safety, and that many of the new technologies that are being deployed are very, very beneficial to safety. Things like conflict alert systems, Eamonn and DMAM, and various kind of sequencing of traffic and making things a little bit more predictable. So I'm quite confident that come next summer, we can actually return pretty quickly to the levels that we had in 2019. And I hope that that actually works. Where I think that, we also have to look at is the question of airports and services, because airport staff, and I mean, here we saw staff that are not paid as well as air traffic controllers and that didn't have some of the good terms and conditions. Because if you compare the amount of staff that was laid off in airports to ATC, it's unbelievable. Security screeners were laid off, ground handlers, facilities, people who sold coffee, everything. Airports were decimated. And this had some impact on services, but I would say that generally they've recovered reasonably quickly. And I think that not all elements have recovered in the same way, but yes, they have recovered. But you can see that there is a resilience issue here, is that, nobody supported the airports in the way that airlines were supported by some of the governments, and the way that NSPs who had cash reserves, and were able to keep staff going, and also had support from governments, should I say, the airports had difficult time. The other point I would say is that at the start of this, we foresaw huge problems with social distancing in airports. I remember looking at a report that we produced in Eurocontrol, which said, there would be huge constraints because of social distancing. In fact, the airports have handled this very well. And what I would say is that airports generally have done very well. There has been very good handling of check-in services, excellent handling of boarding gates, and excellent handling of security. And I would have to say that the airports have really managed this well. Some of them have had problems here, but there have been some constraints. But as generally, we're finding that it's working well and it's not actually causing delays. However, what I would say is that this is not the case with border security. Here, resilience has become a big problem. And the problem is the immigration checks. Because now when we're looking at immigration checks, they've been asked to carry out additional checks on COVID certs, on PCR tests, on rapid antigen tests. And this is giving a lot more work to the border security forces in every single country. So the problem that we foresee here is generally, as a general impact, is there are differences worldwide, and social distancing is just basically impossible. And if you look at this picture in front here, you can see Chicago. And a lot of delays and a lot of problems. So in terms of our value chain, I think the airlines have got it together reasonably well. ANSPs are getting there and doing very well, and I'm very confident that we'll do well next summer. Airports are improving, but border security has become a very significant problem. And let's have a look and a discussion as why has this become a problem? And it's very simple: COVID. This new Omicron variant, which popped up in the last 10 days or so, maybe it's going to be variant number 5 or 6 or 7. Maybe we'll be sitting here next year looking at the Mesopotamian variant or the Indonesian variant. Who knows? But the reality is that this disease is not going to go away. We're going to have to adapt to it. We're going to have to live with it. And we're going to have to find a system where we can do business as normal during this variant. So the reality is that what have we learned since 2020? And the question is, will this go on for years? And it really is a big problem, because every single time we seem to start the curve going upwards, suddenly something happens and we're back to square zero. And at the moment, it's getting mixed up with the flu. We're in big trouble with all of this, and it is causing a lot of issues. So what I would say is that, to kind of wind up today, is when we're talking about resilience, we're not just talking about air traffic management resilience. We're talking about the complete aviation value chain. And it's important that we don't just get hemmed in ATM, because Eurocontrol is about aviation. We pride ourselves as being an aviation organisation, that provides network management services, financial services, research services, sustainability, data. And I think we need to look broader. Yes, the key factors are always the same. The human factor, really important in our industry. We are an industry of humans. Technological factors. Can we do things a little bit different? And of course, organizational factors. And, in reality, it's only when we put everything together that we really can talk about resilience. So what I would say to you today, as part of your conference today, is don't just focus on ATM, because you don't have control on everything. And there is one element we do not have control on, and that is COVID health decisions. An interesting thing I found out there last week was that passengers are not afraid now to travel on aircraft. They're confident that an aircraft is reasonably safe from a health point of view. They're confident that the airports are safe from a health point of view. But what they're not confident about is the sudden changes that governments make for health decisions. In other words, requiring a PCR test on a Monday or not requiring it on a Tuesday, having a lockdown or perhaps having a quarantine. This is what's causing the problem. And when we talk about resilience, there's one word that I think we should all look at today. And resilience is very closely affected to uncertainty. It's basically, how does our industry respond to uncertainty? So I'd like to say thanks to everybody for participating here today. Put your all into this, because we learn very, very much from this. There's a broad community who are looking at this today, and I hope that I've given you a few thoughts to basically stimulate discussion, get everybody talking about it, and keep things going. So from Brussels, thank you very much this morning, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Eamonn. It is now my pleasure to introduce the CANSO Director General, Mr. Simon Hocquard. Simon?
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good day. Hopefully you can all hear me, and thank you. Thank you to Eamonn for helping make all this possible, actually. And I ought to mention our sponsors. I'm sure Tony and Jay will also do that. Our sponsors, Arion, as well, for helping out and making all the things actually that we do very, very possible. So I'm honoured to be invited. I'm disappointed that I'm not there in person, but I am honoured to be invited to be here. And once again, I'm sat in front of my screen, frustrated, and I'd rather be there in person rather than be sat here. But nonetheless, This summit is important, and it's an important issue for our entire industry. And its timing, actually, during what has been one of the most challenging periods in aviation's history, couldn't be more appropriate. If there's one thing that the past 18 months has taught us, it's the incredible ability of individuals, organizations, industries to move forward in the face of sometimes utter adversity. Now, for me, that's the very essence of resilience, our ability to stand strong in the face of the toughest of challenges, to learn from our experiences and therefore to grow stronger. So there have been winners and losers in this crisis for sure, but those that survived, some have even thrived, have all had some things in common. Do they have a secret formula, for weathering the storm? Well, I personally believe that their success relied on three things: preparedness, innovation, and agility. Organizations that constantly scan the environment for potential disruptions are those most likely to bounce back better when the inevitable does happen. Anticipating and preparing for potential pitfalls and thinking through the actions you will take is a strategy applied by many of the world's most resilient organizations. Of course, it is impossible to prepare for every single eventuality. I mean, who would have predicted a global pandemic? Or perhaps a volcanic ash cloud that would sit over parts of Europe, grounding aircraft for weeks, or for well over a week. Or a drone infringing the airspace of a major international airport that caused days of disruption. Whilst we might not have predicted the events themselves, what is predictable about them is the unpredictability of the disruption that you will face. But considering how you respond to such a disruption, no matter what the cause, will stand you in good stead. What is your plan B? How would you ensure disruption to service is kept to a minimum? Who are the key stakeholders you would need to communicate with, and who is responsible for reaching out to them? There will be a set of common sense questions you could ask that could help improve your preparedness. Disruption is unsettling, but the more prepared you are, the better. Now, one of the biggest challenges I faced in a former role as Director of Operations at NATS was the volcanic eruption in 2009. We certainly had not predicted that a volcanic eruption in Iceland would impact operations in the UK. We had to respond quickly and take really decisive action. I learned personally a huge amount from that experience. Whilst you might think that you know everything, you will not. Surround yourself with the best people that know their areas intimately. Listen to them. Allow them to be emotional, excited, angry, frustrated, but make sure that you hear the facts. Data is so essential in those types of circumstances. Make decisions. One of the worst enemies of resilience is wanting more information and keep wanting more information, holding back on decision making. Make a decision and make it work. And don't forget about people. Communicate, talk to them, let them know what you're doing and why. You may know what to do, but if the people around you are unsure, the whole system starts to break down very quickly through lack of confidence or even lack of knowledge. You can prepare yourself in your organizations for these types of events. Surround yourself with good people, listen to them and communicate with them, and be ready to make decisions. And that last one's really important. As well as preparedness, I would also argue that having a healthy interest in innovation boosts your resilience. Organizations that naturally embrace new technologies found themselves faring better when COVID first struck. The pandemic accelerated change, and technology and innovation became a lifeline that enabled industries to pivot and provide services in a different way, protecting both their staff and their businesses. Early adopter ANSPs that had invested in remote towers were able to take advantage of them to keep their operational teams separated and safe at the peak of the crisis. Take, for example, EUROCONTROL. They were able to use the technology to safely manage operations at Budapest airport and leverage it in their recovery. The same is true for those organizations that had embraced home working, remote training, simulation, and the sharing of knowledge and best practice, all done virtually. They actually found themselves on the front foot when the pandemic first began. So a penchant for innovation is a key success factor, as is agility. Now, throughout the course of the pandemic, we've had to become very adept at adapting to change. With the uncertainty of traffic peaks and troughs, ANSPs had to be ready to accommodate shifting demand, equipping the operation, and people to handle huge swings in traffic. In fact, many became very good at it. We need to mirror this agility and responsiveness to change in other areas of our business. Now, that might sound simple, but it really doesn't come naturally to an industry that's built on a bedrock of a century of safety with well-trodden processes and pathways. The pandemic has been a catalyst for change, and we've been forced to adopt new ways of doing things much faster than ever before. And we need to continue to seize the opportunity to adapt swiftly, even when we've beaten this virus. Why do I believe that? Well, the aviation industry is hurting. Now and in the future, the ATM industry will need a razor-sharp focus on swiftly responding to our customers' needs, whether that's our airline customers or for suppliers to the ATM industry or ANSP customers. We will need to reimagine our businesses. The ability to scale operations up and down according to demand it's got to be the ultimate aim. We are a service industry after all. Questions you might ask ourselves include, do I really need to procure all my own technology and assets? Or are there more things I could deliver through collaboration with industry partners? Or are there some services I provide today that I could simply outsource in the future to save costs whilst maintaining my safety performance levels, of course? How do we increase the resilience of our most valuable resource, our people, to navigate the changes to our industry coming down the line? Another question, how can I harness the power of automation, artificial intelligence, or digitalization to improve the efficiency of my operation? All of these are huge, big questions that could lead us to very different business models in the future. But instead of fearing change, we should embrace it. We have some big challenges ahead, not least reducing aviation's carbon footprint and safely integrating new airspace users like unmanned vehicles and commercial spacecraft all into our skies. As an industry that has to date focused on efficiency and strict processes and structures, in the post-pandemic world, this rigidity could make our organizations more fragile. In the future, we should focus more on building resilient, sustainable, and agile organizations. This might mean focusing on making sure we have the right resources, talent, and work design that will enable us to respond to these continuous changes. And we should actually take a leaf out of the book of our disruptors to our industry, like unmanned aviation, and learn to become far more agile like they are. The future will definitely bring change, and we should be ready for it. So I hope, well, I know you will, but I hope you will find the next 2 days motivating and inspiring. And I really look forward to building a brighter future for aviation together, because it has to be together. None of us can do it on our own. Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Simon. What an excellent way to kick off this event. And so with that, I would now like to move on to our keynote speaker. I am very excited and honored to introduce Dr. Kath Bishop, who has competed at the highest levels of athletics as a rower in 3 Olympic Games, capturing a world championship in 2003 and an Olympic silver medal in 2004. She also spent over a decade as a diplomat for the United Kingdom in Bosnia and Iraq, as well as in supporting roles for the UK in helping to stabilize conflicts around the globe. Additionally, she published a book titled The Long Win that challenges the often narrow lens on how winning is viewed, setting out a new way of thinking and reframing success across business, sport, and education. Really amazing stuff. Kath is going to speak about resilient insights from different worlds of high performance, and we'll also gain feedback from the audience with regards to what resilience means to you. Throughout all sessions, Tony and I will be monitoring the chat and the SendSteps applications for your questions. So please take advantage of the opportunity to interact with all of our speakers. And with that, Dr. Bishop, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful to be with you all this morning on this richest of topics that I don't think any of us can escape. We hear about the need to be resilient at all levels of our lives, not just our personal need to be resilient in our work and our domestic home lives as well, but our environment needs to be resilient, our economy needs to be resilient, you name it, there's a need for resilience. But as we've already started to hear from the directors at the beginning, we need to start breaking it down. What does this really mean to us? We need to get under the skin of it, and that's what I want to do. I have seen resilience from quite a few different angles. Firstly, as an Olympic athlete, training for 10 years at a really, really brutal level of training and high pressure. But what I thought was resilience at the beginning wasn't necessarily the full picture. So I want us to be challenging our definitions of resilience, to be dispelling a few myths along the way, and building some new habits out of what you're going to hear all through today and tomorrow. If we understand it better, then we can start to make some different shifts. I then experienced resilience in a really different world, working in conflict-affected parts of the world as a diplomat. And yet there were still some very common human elements to all of us being in situations of pressure, in challenging circumstances. And I started to see some themes coming across the piece. Now, I also experienced the need for resilience as a parent, which brings in different elements of conflict into my life. And I also now, in my work developing leaders and effective teams in organizations, come back to this theme again and again and again. So what is it? What does it really mean? There is so much research now around resilience. It exists in looking at athletes, looking at the military, looking at people who survive natural disasters, people who recover from post-traumatic stress disorder. There are all kinds of elements of healthcare that look at this, most obviously mental health experts and researchers. You know, anthropology gives us a good lens on resilience, psychology does. So I think coming at this with the sort of multidisciplinary, the broader approach we've already have set out for us is really, really important. We don't want to look at it in a silo. Now, before I go any further with any more stories and unpick it, I'd actually like to just ask all of you a question so that you can share your thoughts and step into this space, step into this discussion. So for all of those of you who are online, it's really simple. In the chat box, I would like you to just add the first word or phrase that comes to mind when you think about resilience. What is it that you connect with most? It's quite a complex term, but just tell me, what's the first word or phrase that you connect with? And I know that in the room, you'll be able to feed in as well. So just that we can share the language, what is it that we're thinking about? Brilliant. I can already see them starting to come in. And we already see quite a variety of words, don't we? From flexibility and adaptability to fortitude and strength, this ability to keep going, coping. So all of this language is part of our world of resilience. That's great. Adaptability is absolutely key. And I'm glad to see that coming up quite in a recurrent level. It is, yeah, surviving, Angela, and perhaps though thriving. Surviving is only the first stage. We need to be able to thrive in the most challenging of circumstances. So what is it that helps us to go from survival to thriving? What is it that we've all worked out in our lives over the last couple of years? This sense of elasticity, Elpida, I love that, because that is this flexibility. It's not so much of purely being tough anymore. And this is one of the first myths to dispel, that sometimes older generations and, you know, sometimes in our upbringing, there's a sense that resilience is about just being tough, just weathering the storm and being the strongest person out there. But we now see, whether it is in mental health research or helping the military to deal with incredibly hostile environments, or whether it is athletes, that toughness isn't enough. Actually, simply simply bouncing back is not enough for us. We need to be able to flex and grow and adapt. And so we see this much bigger theme of growth, development, learning coming this way. In those themes of preparedness, innovation, and agility that Simon mentioned, for me, at the heart of those sits learning, this sense of flexibility in the ways that we think. And so with all of the resilience that all of the different ways we look at it and encounter it, we have to come back to how we approach it, our mindset that we bring to it, the assumptions, the attitudes, the approach that we take. We see that it is absolutely human and relational. So even when you're discussing technological resilience, and even when you're looking at organizational resilience, there's still the human element absolutely at the foundation. So it is important that we are thinking collaboratively. It is about how we interact, how we come together to be agile and find new ways of doing things, where we find the resilience. Resilience is a team sport. It's a quote that I remember hearing and have held on to ever since. It is definitely the way that I learned resilience in both a high performance sporting world and in a really stressful diplomatic world. I found that actually, if we start to think about the way we think, the way we behave, and the way that we interact, we can then start to explore a little further what's possible. So I'm just going to share, to help us with a few themes over the next half an hour, a few slides. So quite often in our organizations, we're really good at defining the really easily visible aspects of what we do, our roles, our responsibilities, and the results we want. And we have spreadsheets for those, and you'll have those within your air traffic management worlds and the wider aviation world. But what we need to remember is that all of that stuff that we track and measure is driven by who we are. It's driven by the way we think, the way we then turn up, behave, and the way we interact with others and build relationships. And it is in this cycle, in this area on the right, where we can find the opportunity to grow our resilience. This is what I call the real life of teams and leaders and organizations. It is on the right cycle of mindset, behaviors, and relationships where mental health, well-being, leadership, performance are all created and developed. So whenever we are trying to think about developing resilience, we must come under the surface and think about what's happening in our own minds. What assumptions are we bringing today to this topic? What assumptions might we want to challenge along the way? Certainly when I started off as an athlete, I was super focused on all the stuff that was visible, the physical training we did, training 3 times a day, about 2 hours each session. So 6 hours of physical training, 7 days a week, most weeks of the year. It was measured and it was tracked, and I really focused on that. But a few years later, I got to Olympic Games and I just didn't reach anything near my peak performance because I had forgotten about the broader world of performance that includes my mindset, that includes how well I was recovering along the way, that includes communication and whether I was able to really understand the people in my team, in my rowing crew, telepathically under the greatest of pressures in an Olympic race. I hadn't really dedicated and invested in some of these other areas that are absolutely critical to being at our best, to being able to be innovative, to prepare well, to be agile. These things are where we should put our attention if we want to develop resilience. It is in the way we connect, the way we think, our mindsets, communications. These are some of the areas where I think resilience is residing. If I think about how we can then develop those, there are 3 themes that I use in what I call a long win approach. Sometimes if we're just thinking about bouncing back and being super tough and strong and pushing on, it's actually only a short-term strategy. It's not really resilient. Sometimes when we just think, oh, I'm just going to survive and cope, that actually is not something that we can do sustainably for a long time. So I'm interested in the long win, in making sure that we optimize performance over the longer term, that we're able to ride the highs and the lows, that we're able to thrive through the lows as well as the highs. And it is three themes that for me, across all the worlds I've worked in, studied, researched, these 3 C's have always been immensely helpful and foundational to both building resilience and performance. I see performance and resilience as 2 sides of the same coin. You can't have performance without a foundation of resilience. And once you have resilience, it's what enables you to get performance. So the 3 C's are about clarity, constant learning, and connection. They're not tick box themes. They're not things that we can just do and then put to one side. They are themes to hold in our mind, to bring to our challenging conversations, to bring to the need to find better ways of doing things, different ways of doing things, to adjusting to the unexpected when it happens. They are about constantly clarifying what matters, what's really important in the work that we do, what has the kind of meaning, what has the lasting value from what we do, not just what's on the to-do list today. What's the stuff that we do that's going to matter in a year's time? What are the things that you can do now that will shape and ensure the resilience of your industry in a year's time, in 5 years' time? And the second C of constant learning is probably the best engine for that. Whether we look at the military, whether we look at research around how people manage redundancy or grief, completely different scenarios. It is this ability for us to learn from what's happening, for us to then grow, to think differently, to come out of the experiences we have in a better and different way. That's actually the key to resilience. It is that flexibility concept, the adaptability that several of you have already put in the chat box. And then, of course, it is the connections. We are all reliant on each other. We are all part of all kinds of ecosystems in our personal and professional lives. The better we build those relationships, the deeper, the broader they are, the more resilient they are, the more we can learn from each other, lean on each other, support each other, challenge each other in order to keep developing better ways of doing things. So when we think about clarity, there's a whole range of different questions we might ask, and some that just to sort of give you a whole breadth of different questions. The first one is just to understand who we are, coming to the jobs that we do, coming to the world that we live in, the communities where we're based. What is it that drives us? What is it that excites us? What gets us up in the morning? So I'm actually going to ask you another question to put in the chat box or to share in the room. What are the things that make it worthwhile doing the jobs that you do? Now, I don't want to hear about, alarm clocks and coffee and, whatever happens in the morning in your homes. I want to know, what are the things that you look forward to by being part of air traffic management, by being part of an industry that is so essential to many people's personal and professional lives. So I'd love you just to share, what are the things that get you out of bed in the morning? Because these are the things that create energy for you. These are the things that help you to be at your best. So great. Thank you, Hannah and Heather, kicking us off there. Yeah, a lot of this is about already very relational. It is about being part of a community, connecting with our teams, making a difference, knowing that if we turn up, we can have an impact and in some way make someone else's life a little bit better. So tapping into the best of who we are is a really critical part of being able to develop our resilience. If we feel that we're not accepted, if we feel that we can only exist at a shallow level, then we can't bring all of who we are. If we want the innovation, the agility, the preparedness that Simon talks about, then we need to bring our best. We need to turn up with all of our different backgrounds and insights, all of that diversity that helps us, again, to be more resilient in our collective thinking. I'm loving that language. Thank you for sharing that. It's really important just to tap into that every day, not to be on automatic pilot. It's important to share that with the people that you work with. Do they know the things that really motivate you? Do they know the things that really matter to you? But, often we just dive into the really complex technological issues that are on the agenda before we've actually allowed everyone to step into the room, to bring who they are into the room. So clarify who you are, who's in your team, beyond just the job titles, beyond just the job specs we have. Let's think about the mindsets of who we've got joining the room each day. And when we work out who we are, then we can start to think about, okay, now what is that? Making the difference was the language that you used. What is that purpose? How is it that we are impacting, you know, in your industry on literally millions of people around the world? That's huge. And again, we want to connect with that. It'll help us in our problem solving if we are able to understand why something matters. It's basic behavioral psychology. If we know why something's important, then we're able to find a way around it. If we're not sure of the why, then we become much less creative and much less resilient to managing the difficulties along the way. So again, clarify why you're doing the things you're doing, why you're asking the questions you're asking, why you need to continually develop how ATM is run and organized and developed. We can then start to think about, what does success look like, both in the sort of today, the medium term, short, medium term, and the longer term. What is it that your industry actually enables in the world? And then to think about, on a daily basis, how can I work in a way that enables me to bring my best? As an Olympic athlete, we would define what success looked like on a daily basis. Now we know that maybe success at the end of the day is about beating the rest of the world with millions of people watching on a beautiful lake somewhere in a beautiful part of the world. But actually, today in December, it's cold, it's freezing, I'm not going faster than the rest of the world. So those measures don't help me, but I need to have a sense of what I need to do today in order to have a successful day, in order to make sure I'm maximizing the gains that I make. And that's what it's about. Each day, success needs to be framed around understanding why we're doing things and how we're going to do it, how we're going to come together and face the challenges we have, how we're going to come up with solutions, and how we're going to commit to constantly learning as we go. It's that experience that we have that enables us to be agile, to be innovative. Constant learning is the second C. And, you know, for me, this is the absolute engine of resilience. Again, the leadership research has shown that the key skill for leaders, you know, is that they are able to take on new knowledge, that they're able to support others. You know, no one person has the answers, whatever level of the organization you are at. So therefore, we need to make sure that everybody is bringing their learnings, that we're sharing these. And learning isn't something that you just do on a training course. It's actually something that we want to be part of how we operate. Success every day is challenging our thinking, challenging our assumptions, making sure we bring that growth mindset, making sure we are reflecting in order to make sense of all of the challenges that we have. This needs to be part of our definition of what success looks like on a daily basis, not just completing a whole set of tasks. That puts us into the space of kind of coping and surviving, but not thriving, because we're not really learning and adapting as we go. There are all sorts of different ways in which we can stimulate our organizations, our teams, to be resilient by being constant learners, by making sure the language in our meetings, in our interactions, is one of tracking progress, of sharing stories, of challenging assumptions, of learning from each other and seeing each other's perspectives. I love these two definitions that I thought we'd share, having kind of shared all our individual thoughts, because it shows the way that resilience is starting to shift. One of the definitions is from Mind, which is a mental health charity, and another is from an executive coach who works with the top business organizations. The key thing here is that it is how well are we able to adapt? How well are we able to grow stronger through the challenges we face? So for me, that needs to be part of our success definition for our teams. Not just are we completing tasks, but are we learning in the way that we complete those tasks? And what are we learning? At the end of the day, it's the quality of the work we've done, not just the quantity of tasks and meetings that we've had. We all have incredibly busy schedules, and there is a danger that if the learning isn't scheduled, it falls out. And that's when, again, we fall back into a sense of just coping, just getting through, rather than thriving by knowing why the work you do matters, and perhaps getting rid of some of the things that aren't so important, and then having the quality of learning as you go. As an athlete, our whole focus was on learning. We knew that if we were world-class at improving, that would give us the best chance of winning. We can't control winning though, because it depends on our competitors. It depends on all sorts of external factors we can't control. The weather, the umpires, the referees, injuries, and luck. But what we can do is make sure that we are constantly improving and learning each day, that we are in our world of rowing, trying to make the boat go faster. Our mantra each day was, will it help the boat to go faster? It wasn't, will it help us win a gold medal? We wanted to win a gold medal, that didn't change, but we knew that was a way away in the future and it was out of our control. But each day, our job was to make sure we were doing things that would test how fast the boat is going. What else can we do to improve the boat speed? And it was the, as well as the easily measurable factors of technique and actual sort of speed and training, it was also communication, recovery, mindset, teamwork, the way we collaborated, the way we gave feedback to one another. So it's really important that we have a resilient way of working as we approach the challenges that our industry, that our world, that society is throwing at us. Now, if I flip briefly into the diplomatic world, in my last job in Whitehall, I was part of something called the Stabilization Unit that linked up the Foreign Office and the Department of International Development, which hadn't linked up themselves at that point, and the Ministry of Defence. And we were engaged in all sorts of conflict-affected, unstable parts of the world, trying to support them, trying to make sure that we could help stabilize them, whether it was Iraq and Afghanistan, South Sudan, previously working in the Balkans, all sorts of hotspots, as well as natural areas of natural disasters. We wanted to help more civilians to be able to work in these really, really difficult environments. The military are trained to do it, and they have constantly adjusted their training in order to help soldiers to manage the huge challenges and pressures that they face. They, again, have shifted very much from a macho world of, be tough and be strong, to bringing in mindfulness training, to allowing all of the military soldiers who work in difficult environments to have the opportunity to tell stories and share their experiences. So they have shifted. We realized that we needed to support any civilians going out to work in maybe political issues, or it might be building healthcare, building health clinics in South Sudan, being a local governance advisor in Afghanistan. These really difficult jobs that people were finding it hard to manage, to survive in, let alone thrive. They had the technical know-how, but actually they needed something else in order to manage these incredibly hostile environments. So we did some research with some occupational psychologists looking at what would help them most. The first thing that was an absolute given was that we needed to be operating in an environment where we felt supported, where we felt safe, where we were looking after each other, if you like. So before we can do all the clever intellectual stuff, the really complex, whether it's diplomatic or technological in your world, whatever these challenges are, before we do all the stuff that we have fantastic string of qualifications to do, we as humans need to feel that we're in an environment where we are included, accepted, and feel safe to be ourselves. So we need to be proactively supporting each other. Not just saying, come and tell me if you've got a problem, but actually looking out for each other. That then enables us and gives us the environment within which there are three things that matter for us to be resilient. Flexibility, it's that same theme again, psychological flexibility. These conflict worlds were really, really volatile. Things would happen from one day to the next that you could not in any way anticipate. Things were blown up that you were working on. People disappeared. It was incredibly volatile, and that was so unsettling. But meant that we needed to be able to constantly reground ourselves and say, okay, we were doing that yesterday, but today the situation has changed. What's possible now to stabilize the situation in a different way? It was our ability to move on, to let go of things that would no longer work, that was really, really critical. That's a skill that we need to make sure we're developing in our meetings. It means we need to make sure that we are not allowing groupthink, that we are not sort of just trying to agree all the time, that we're actually testing our assumptions, bringing in outside perspectives to challenge us, just as we're all doing, coming together today and tomorrow. Really, really important. The second one is then to actually understand ourselves and our behavior under pressure. I think we've all found ourselves react over the last couple of years to things in ways we maybe didn't expect, because we've never experienced a health pandemic like this before. So we need to learn from that. Have we responded in a way that was always helpful? How else might we respond? And how can we use others around us to help us understand what we did that was helpful and what we might have done that was less helpful, so we can then start to create a different way? Self-awareness is where resilience starts. And then we need the relationships. We cannot do it on our own. There's been a lot of research around resilience, unsurprisingly, over the last couple of years. And again, this theme of resilience as a team sport was one that was that came out loud and strong in a really interesting piece in the Harvard Business Review at the beginning of the year, drawn on organizations and research around what was helping people to manage and to thrive, not just survive. And it came down to, again, the quality of our connections. So it's not just how many people you know on LinkedIn. It's actually about whether those relationships are broad enough and deep enough that we can call on them, that they can support us in the challenging times. Now, this was something that we absolutely developed in the Olympic world too. It wasn't enough for us to be in a rowing crew selected as the best rowers in Great Britain and all wanting to win or all wanting to go really fast. That wasn't enough. We needed to understand what got us out of bed in the morning to do 3 sessions of training every single day. We needed to know why we were there. What were the things that drove us? What were our hopes? What were our fears? We needed to really be able to understand the background, that, the experience that we brought to the challenge the rowing challenge that we faced. We needed to allow ourselves to understand our strengths and our weaknesses, our key drivers, and to make sure that we could actually pull on those, draw on those different strengths, because we couldn't maximize our speed together unless we did. The aim was not to just try and, say the same thing and kind of fall into line with another. The aim was performance. I can remember on one occasion, I was in a crew of 4 of us, and we always disagreed and had different views on things. And we felt, this isn't working. We sat down with our coach and he said, "What do you mean? You've all got different views about how we can go fast. That's great. What's the goal here? It's not harmony. The goal is performance. And in order to do that, we need to have the different views." So he reframed what we saw as a challenge as actually, this is how we're going to get faster. If we all have a different view of the rhythm in the boat, that gives us a way of understanding the different perspectives that will give us a way of going faster by resolving that, by aligning them, by seeing the other perspectives, gives us a way of improving. He reframed things and he went further that and said, actually, I need to create an environment within which it's okay to challenge each other, where we feel safe to challenge each other, because then it feels different. So as much as we think about developing resilience in ourselves, we also need to think about our role in creating an environment that's resilient for others working with us. And this is perhaps where the greatest gains can be made, because resilience is about a relational concept. It is how we come together. As we come together these couple of days, we are developing, it is a great kind of basis for developing resilience. The way we connect with each other is important. We want to get beyond the surface. When I went on my first posting to Sarajevo, I can remember talking to a very wise and eminent ambassador. I thought he was going to talk about geopolitics, about the sort of complexity of history in the Balkans, but he didn't. He said that success will be about the quality of the connections you make, how you learn about this country from the people who live here, from their perspectives, not through books, not through being really, really intelligent, smart, and reading lots of briefing papers. You'll have to read those, but the real insights will come from connecting with all of the incredible people in this country. And he gave me 3 tips, which I think are brilliant, and ones I hope that you remember and take into your own worlds. Always get to know the person behind the role, not just the job title. Remember, we want to know what is it that actually makes it worthwhile to get out of bed in the morning? What are those things that drive us? To do that, and picking up on one of the themes that was already mentioned earlier, we actually have to listen. Our understanding becomes more resilient if we're really listening to different views, processing them, making meaning of them. Resilience is about finding meaning in what we are doing, because that then helps us to come up with the solutions, to be more creative. So take that time in our busy world to make sense of the problems that we face, why they matter, how others see them, because that will be the way to finding the solutions. And then we can work out what we've got in common. How can we help each other, even though we come from really different positions, job titles, countries, different parts of the industry? Actually work out where we connect, and that's where we can start to co-create a different path together. We all need, I'm only going to mention it briefly, but we all know that resilience is more than just an intellectual concept. It is actually where the mind and body come together. When work has been done to develop resilience in different scenarios, whether it is helping people to recover from grief or post-traumatic stress disorder, through a range of therapies, of practice, of mindfulness, of exercise, of physical exercise as well, we see that immunity improves as a result of thinking differently. And resilience is at the heart of this chemistry, if you like, this fusion of mind and body, of our biology and our chemistry coming together. It's why it's so complicated. It's why research continues into this area, and we continue to get greater insights into it. So we need to think quite holistically about ourselves, our teams, our communities, in order to make sure that we are able to keep developing. So it is about how we lead our lives, and the health side is a really important part of of helping us to think in a flexible way. So another question just to take away with you is to think about how you recharge yourself during the day. It's not a resilient way to work, to sort of drain yourself through the day and then, sleep, eat and come back the next morning. That actually leads to a diminishing returns, diminishing health. We want to be recharging during the day. We need to make sure there are things that happen during the day that actually enable us to then face the challenges as they come. Reframing how we see what we see as resilient behavior is an important part of that. So the last theme really is to just come back to this power of storytelling. One of the things that comes out across sport, the military, again, research in these sort of situations of extreme stress, managing grief, redundancy, all of these areas where research has been done, there is a common theme of storytelling that is critical. It's fundamental to us as humans that we learn through telling stories. That's what our ancestors did centuries ago. And so it's important that as we come together today, we share stories about what we've learned over the last couple of years. We've all had slightly different experiences, and it is in the telling of those experiences that we make sense of them. And that is what's going to enable us then to come together and think of better ways, different ways of developing things in the future. I know that for me, in all of the different worlds I've worked in, it has been that ability to make sense of, an extremely stressful situation that has been critical to enabling me not just survive under pressure, but thrive under pressure. And I hope that that's something that all of you can do today. In my very final race in the Olympics in 2004 in Athens, we were under all sorts of pressure. We'd had terrible injury challenges during the year. We had had a number of issues with, the team, with coaches, with communication, you name it, those things have been thrown at us. We started off in our first race during a series of races in the Olympics, didn't go so well. And we were thrown at that point thinking, what are we going to do? How do we move forward? People had thought, oh, they're never going to perform. But it was at that point that we started to clarify, what are we here for? We're here to explore what's possible. So we need to find a way to explore our maximum performance and how we're going to deliver that. And it was an approach of constant learning that helped us. We took a focus of breaking down what had happened in our first race and thinking about what small changes can we make. So even though we were at the Olympic Games and doing short sessions in between racing, we were constantly thinking about how can we make one stroke better than the stroke before. We continued that mentality right up to the Olympic final. We continued that mentality down through the Olympic final as well. And it's what led us onto the podium. Learning is at the heart of performance. Don't get sort of set astray by what's written in the newspapers, what's written, the people we see on the podiums and the outcomes. It's the performance process, the learning process, where resilience allows us to explore the possibilities, what we are all capable of individually and most importantly, collectively. Thank you very much for listening today. It's been brilliant to be with you all. And I'm really looking forward to some of the sessions to come today as we reimagine what resilience could mean for us.
Thank you very much, Kath. Smashing job. I really liked some of the key takeaways. I liked those 3 keys that you gave, and it really gives us a good foundation of where to move forward. So thank you very much. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Tony, for the introduction of the next speaker.
Thank you, Shane. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce the next speaker that will close the welcoming addresses, the first slot of the day. So for the next 20 minutes, we'll have our dear colleague Steve Shorrock here in Brussels with us, joining the studio here. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for coming. And it's my opportunity, you know, I like to embarrass Steve every time he takes the floor and he presents, because I learn every day and from every presentation of Steve. So if you don't have a Steve, you need to invent one. So it's in EUROCONTROL, he leads the safety culture, system thinking and safety too, the way how we look at safety. He's also our editor-in-chief of the EUROCONTROL's Hindsight magazine. But at his education, Steve is a chartered psychologist and chartered ergonomist and human factors. But to me, he's this amazing interdisciplinary humanistic systems and design practitioner, interested in human experience, multiple perspectives, especially in work contexts. Since 1997, he has provided consulting, research and training services in aviation, rail, chemical, energy and healthcare sectors, to industry, governments, intergovernmental organizations. He talks to all the people from shop floor to the CEOs, to judiciaries, to governments, and so on. He is also an associate professor at University of Sunshine Coast, that's Australia, that's sunny Australia, but he's also a tutor at honorary clinic in the more greyish University of Edinburgh. And one of his last achievements, I'm eating in your time, Steve, but you know I can do that because I'm of the co-host. He has contributed to the latest ICAO's Human Performance Task Force, where he co-authored the recent and most read ICAO Human Performance Handbook for regulators. So without further ado, Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tony. It's a great pleasure to be invited to speak to you for this 20 minutes or so. And my talk follows very nicely on from the previous one by Kath, actually. I'm going to take a multidisciplinary and a multi-perspective view to setting the scene. Rather than with what I think, I'm going to outline what many people think. So if I go to the first slide, just looking forward to the next 2 days, you'll see that we have 3 basic perspectives on resilience. We have the personal or individual, we have the organizational, and we have the technological. And in human factors, we've known since the 1940s, in fact, from the Second World War, that these 3 things are inextricably linked. It's not possible to consider any one of these in an industrial perspective. It's not possible to consider any one of them in isolation. We have to see them all in how they interact. And that is the story, in fact, of human factors that exists today. But that's not the story that I'm going to tell. Over the last year or so, during the pandemic, of course, our work has been mostly online, and an important part of my work is talking to people, or rather, listening to people in groups and also individually. Over the last year, my attention has turned increasingly to engineers, and in the next issue of Hindsight, which is on digitalization and will be released in late December, you'll see a summary of that work. I've spoken to many engineers individually and in groups about system resilience and about some of the issues facing them, both in their roles in innovating and also in maintaining technical systems. I think they're seeing more change in our industry than many others, in fact. What they talk about is three different aspects of challenges, rather, to resilience. And one of those is change, which creates production pressure, constant change in terms of new technical systems, new opportunities brought about by new capabilities in technology. A second is complexity. With all of the increases in the number, the types, and the interconnections between technologies, but not just technological complexity, also process complexity, organizational complexity, people complexity, and how all of these things interact. And then we have constraints that they talk about. Now, everybody talks about this in groups as well. Staffing constraints, for instance, or constraints when it comes to our expertise. Constraints sometimes in terms of procedures and processes, which are there to help us, but can also be a constraint when they nail down all of the details. These three things are influenced by many different interacting contexts. Now, when we think about context, we don't think of it separately. We think of just the environment or context of the situation that we're in. But in fact, there are many different aspects to context. So from the societal context, there's also the social and cultural context that affects our ability to be resilient, our ability to perform in a resilient way. There's the personal context that we've just heard so much about. And there's the political context, which is different not only between countries, but is changing over time. There's the legal and regulatory context that affects resilience, and also, of course, the economic context, which affects our ability to resource. There's the organizational context that we will hear about, and the procedural context within each organization. And everything happens in time, of course, and that's a critical factor. So there's the temporal context and the constraints of time. There's the physical and environmental context, the technological context, and finally the informational context. And in COVID, we've seen how each of these things affects our ability to be resilient and to perform in a resilient way, individually, in teams, in organizations, and as societies. Looking back over the last 4 years or so, I've interviewed a number of people in my role as editor of Hindsight magazine. What I've been really interested in getting different perspectives on human and organizational and technical factors that affect our ability to succeed under different conditions. These are some of the interviews, and I'll go through shortly who some of the people are, but I got a range of perspectives from people in such different positions, especially also outside of not only air traffic management, but outside of aviation. And these are some of the people. So my most recent interview was with Dr. Kathy Abbott in the FAA. Now, anybody who knows about the flight deck will know about Kathy Abbott. She's a chief scientific and technical advisor at the FAA on flight deck matters, basically anything that touches the pilot. Before that, I spoke to Dr. Ansa Jordan in ICAO, who is the chief of the aviation medicine sections there at ICAO. Spoke to her about global societal and professional issues that came about in the COVID crisis. Before Ansa, I spoke to Dr. Sabrina Cohen-Hatton, who is a chief fire officer in England, one of the few women chief fire officers in the UK, in fact. From the age of 15, when she was homeless for 2 years, selling the Big Issue magazine on the streets of Wales, she rose to a fire officer position and then one of the few chief fire officers in the UK. I also spoke to Manoj Kumar, who is a surgeon in the UK, also qualified in human factors. And I spoke to Captain Richard Champion de Crepigny, who was, of course, the captain of QF32. He gave fascinating insights, not just on how things went right that day after engine number 2 of QF32 exploded 4 minutes after takeoff, but also on post-traumatic stress and how he personally struggled with and managed through post-traumatic stress. I spoke also to Professor David Murphy, a well-known psychotherapist, and Lee Crumbleholm, a sports psychologist specializing in golf. So if you watch golf, the major world tours, you can quite often see Lee in the background. And finally, I spoke to Cormac Russell, who has a community development perspective. What I found as themes in these interviews were what I would call here now the 3 R's, very similar to those that we heard earlier. So relating, reflecting, and resourcing. So these are requisites or prerequisites, if you like, for resilience that came out in all of the interviews. In other words, these are the kinds of things that you need to be thinking of before the unexpected happens. All of these things enable coordination on the day or at the time that you really need it. And again, they're all affected by these multiple varying contexts that you can see there. I'll just go through now some insights from the interviews from each of these 3 perspectives, first focusing on relating. This is a quote now from Lee Crumbleholm, and he was talking about the Ryder Cups, and he said that the Europeans, even though their world rankings weren't as high as the Americans, well, the Europeans went on a run of winning Ryder Cups. On paper, they were not as good a team, but a lot of it was put down to the fact that the Europeans were friends. They would go out for dinner together. And I thought this was just such an interesting finding. This is about those informal aspects of relating. It's about all of the ways in which we relate to each other that somehow cannot be organized, cannot be managed, cannot be curricularized, cannot be controlled. But they're important for resilience on the day. This is what we call social capital. And within a tight-knit group, this is called bonding social capital. It's the social capital that enables us to trust each other, work together, and have what has been described as that telepathic connection. Similarly, Cormac Russell talked about this aspect of social capital, but in a different way. He said that if you connect people by discipline, they tend to go deeper into their silos. But if you connect them by human affinity and care, they find ways of building relationships that make them more inclined to challenge their silos. That challenging of silos is something that's really critical when it comes to managing disturbances, unexpected events. You need to be able to get the right expertise from the right place at the right time and draw on relationships that are not bound by your specialty, by your discipline. I had a fascinating conversation with Richard de Crepigny. But what he did say was QF32 turned out well, but what if he'd made a mistake? What if it didn't turn out? And he said, if you don't have a just culture, and in an environment where people might be criminalized for their honest mistakes, the post-traumatic stress gets a lot worse. Not only the post-traumatic stress, because without just culture, people don't feel comfortable to speak up. They don't feel comfortable to tell the truth or to give their ideas. And this was a reflection also by Ansa Jordan, who said it's essential that all aviation stakeholders provide, as far as possible, a psychosocial safe environment. And she mentioned the need, for instance, for if controllers and pilots have medical or personal problems, then they need to be able to disclose them without fear in order to get help. Ansa also talked about the fact that for her, peer support is really the first line of defense because it's your colleagues. They know the circumstances from a work perspective. So we've gone from organizational aspects of the need for a just culture to the need for peer support, the need for peers to organize in order to support one another. Sabrina Cohen-Hatton, again, Chief Fire Officer. She's also qualified in PhD in psychology. And she was talking about that. I think that kind of exposure to trauma that we have in the emergency services make you value the people that you have around you. Again, focusing on that care, focusing on relationships. Care is one thing that a system can't produce. That was said by John McKnight, a pioneer in community development. Systems can produce many things, but they cannot produce care. It cannot be coordinated, it cannot be provided, it cannot be managed, it cannot be curricularized. It's a freely given gift of the heart, as my friend Cormac Russell often says. Let's turn next to reflecting, or what's been called earlier, learning. Manish Kumar is a surgeon, also specializing in human factors. What he's noticed working in healthcare is that there's always a risk of being trapped in an echo chamber where individuals may inadvertently surround themselves with like-minded folks, especially at the upper levels. It's a huge threat to leadership, that leaders surround themselves with people who look the same, think the same, talk the same, but won't challenge them. Similarly, David Murphy, psychotherapist. We're always treading the line between autonomy and belonging, and often we find ourselves feeling that we cannot speak out about certain things because we fear that we will have nothing left to belong to, or we will be rejected by the group. We're always treading the line between autonomy and belonging. Again, for resilience, you need both. You need the belonging, you need the group, you need that aspect, but you also need to be able to feel free to say, I think this, but I think the group feels this. Now, if I do what I think the group wants me to do, then this is how I'm going to feel. I'm not going to feel comfortable. Now, how can you enable that kind of conversation where people can be honest? Kathy Abbott at the FAA, I recently interviewed her. She was talking about lessons from the past when it comes to automation, failures that have been associated with accidents. She was talking about how new engineers, for instance, may not know about some of these. And so she said, make sure that these lessons get communicated so we don't have some of the same mistakes, because we have systems now that will be even more capable. We should not forget the lessons of the past. Lee Crumbleholm was talking more about sport, and he said, you know, in sport, you cannot win all the time, especially in golf. Even Tiger Woods was losing 75% of the time. If you can constructively reflect on failure, then you're always learning. But do we create the time to reflect on failure? Do we get together to reflect on failure? Or do we always just want to move on to the next challenge without looking at how we've done in the past? Ansar Jordan at ICAO said that we have COVID now, and we had SARS and MERS in the past, and Ebola in between. And in the future, we're going to have something else, which was said this morning. So it needs to be recognized and prepared for when the outbreak is over. Organizations often just go back to doing what needs to be done, or rather what they think needs to be done, which may be the minimum. But we have to invest in resilience. And that investment is in various forms of resourcing, which is the final theme. In this conversation I had with Richard de Crespigny, which was absolutely fascinating, he was talking about when it was necessary to try to calculate landing performance, and one of the crew members entered in the various failures into the computer on board, and he put in about 12 failures, he said. Normally the most I've ever seen put in is 2. I knew that we had the tools on brains on board to solve this. It didn't really worry me when Dave said it won't calculate landing performance. Why? Because of the huge, enormous amount of expertise that they had on board, as well as the technical tools, which at the time were kind of letting them down. But they had the expertise, and that did not come for nothing. Kathy Abbott said, we want to leverage the benefits of new technology, but just because it's new technology doesn't necessarily mean that it's an improvement or that the cost benefit from a safety point of view is as imagined. It's important to be realistic. There are many promises about digitalization, about new technology. They will not all be met. We will still need people with huge amounts of expertise, not only in technology, but in all sorts of other fields. We were talking about reduced crew operations, Kathy and I. What she said was much research has found that attempts at automation often don't reduce staffing. They just change the nature of it. They also don't reduce expertise, they just change the nature of it. And if you're not reducing staffing, are you really reducing costs or are you just shifting cost around? How do you assure that you've achieved the same level of safety or better? And again, back to Manoj Kumar, a surgeon. In the healthcare system, he said that most systems have been designed to run to get the most out of them with finite, very finite resources. Everything has to fall into place on a daily basis, and if something unexpected happens and the right filter is not there to capture this, you can get a poor outcome. If you strip staffing down to the minimum, if you strip training down to the minimum, how are you going to cope when things go wrong if you've set your baseline at when things are going right? And finally, Sabrina Cohen-Hatton, again, Chief Fire Officer, she said that we spend a huge amount of time in training and investing in our skills. She said that most people imagine that they're out on fires and emergencies all of the time. She said that's about 10% of their time. The rest is about preparing for that 10% of the time. Richard also talked about this aspect of preparation, that the decision whether to evacuate or not, once they got on the ground, was a really good, slow decision. It took a long time. We use a decision model that's taught in the airline, involves everyone's input, it's dynamic. You keep revisiting the decision, especially if things don't go to plan or you find you're surprised. If you're surprised, then that's when resilience is really going to come to the forefront. And then back to Manoj Kumar to finish on this, to give people the opportunity to get together in their groups, figure things out for themselves and support them with the required resources and time to resolve these challenges. And he said, in his experience as a surgeon, what really matters is the group. That's where the focus should be, on the teams, letting them figure things out. So just to finish on this question, over the next 2 days, what can we do together to try to ensure that things go well under both expected and unexpected conditions? And colleagues, I will leave it there. I hope you enjoy these 2 days.
Thank you very much, Steve, for setting up the scenes, complementing Kath and the directors. I'd like to thank them very much. I like the 3 C's themes of Kath, from clarity, constant learning and communication, and complementing by your 3 R's, relating, reflecting and resourcing. And I want to pick up on your points with the reducing resources to the minimum. Then you can be lean, but then you are resilient. And I think another brilliant example was that one of the most affected companies after Fukushima in Japan was Toyota, because they were very, very lean. So there is very little margin of adapting and bouncing back. So I like also to have a commercial break for Steve. He mentioned Hindsight magazine. So for the people here present, they can grab some of the magazine. They are at the entry in the meeting room. For those online, Boyan will post the link to the Skyberry page where we post the Hindsight magazine. But now, as we move to a different phase of the pandemics, we can start printing and redistributing. So Hindsight 30 on well-being, 31 on learning from everyday work, with an amazing supplement, learning through COVID-19. And you see many of these testimonials that Steve have collected, these 3 R's, and I think the themes that, and the last one print was a new reality, and the upcoming in December is on digitalization. So all very good themes for what we are discussing today. Again, thanking the 2 Director Generals, Kath Bishop and Steve Shorrock, For those who are online, go back to the webpage of the CANSO Eurocontrol Global Resilience Summit. The agenda is posted there. We're at the end of the first slot, the first hour and a half of setting the scene. We'll break now for a lunch, or a virtual lunch. We'll see you back at 13:30 Central European time, Brussels times. And we'll come back with a must-see session moderated by Shane Campbell. So with the amazing panelists, with Tim Arrell, who is the Deputy Chief Operating Officer of the FAA, Air Traffic Organization. Dr. Hassan Shahidi is the President and CEO of Flight Safety Foundation, and Ben Stanley, Associate Director of the Aegis Group. They will dive, zoom and dissect on organizational resilience. So we'll see you at 13:30 Central European time. Thank you.
We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Ariane, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Ariane deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, eNav, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Ariane launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Ariane, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Ariane's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Ariane space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality. We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, ENAV, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality. We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster, our power grid has never been smarter, our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, eNav, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality. We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, ENAV, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality. We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, ENAV, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality.
So welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining for the second session of the day. Our first panel discussion is on the topic of organizational resilience, and we are extremely fortunate to have such a great lineup of speakers. Hold on just one second, because my notes just disappeared with the, okay, we're good. So this session will begin with short presentations by each speaker, followed by a moderated discussion on the topic of organizational resilience. As mentioned in the opening earlier today, questions will be monitored by Tony and myself during the session. So I encourage you to participate via the question and answer function of Zoom for those who are remote, and via send steps for those here in the room. From an organizational point of view, resilience can be expressed as the capability of an organization to respond to or recover from a crisis, a disruption, or any other unexpected event. Organizational leaders make decisions about resources and constraints that affect how their organizations adapt to unexpected challenges. This session brings together senior leaders from different parts of the industry to take a deeper look at how organizational resilience interplays with personal and technological resilience to better position service providers for success. Our first speaker is the Deputy Chief Operating Officer for the FAA's Air Traffic Organization, Mr. Timothy Orell. Tim is responsible for the synchronized delivery of air traffic services while implementing and integrating airspace modernization, unmanned aircraft systems, and commercial space operations into the large and complex U.S. airspace. Tim started with the FAA as an air traffic controller, and during his illustrious career has held several leadership positions to include the Director of Safety, Deputy Vice President of Safety and Technical Training, and Vice President of Air Traffic Services. And Tim, with that, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shane, and hello, Tony, and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about resiliency. Certainly, every one of us has a renewed appreciation for the importance of having resilient organizations, people, and equipment, given the conditions we've been working in over the last couple of years. A perfect example is the short notice transition to a hybrid virtual engagement that we're having now. I certainly would have preferred to be there in Brussels with you all in person. We've all learned that you can plan and rehearse, but you can't imagine every circumstance that will come our way. Our key lessons for the FAA have been having the right foundation to allow us to be agile enough and knowing how to pivot when an unpredictable event occurs. We have 580 staffed air traffic control facilities and 74,000 pieces of equipment in the U.S. National Airspace System. And like many other ANSPs, we have planned for and experienced system and facility outages due to equipment failures and natural disasters. Our goal, of course, is to prevent disruptions. But we have contingency plans for these commonly known events, and every facility has a scalable plan for them. Situations that we routinely plan for are natural disasters like hurricanes and wildfires. When that season approaches, or for each of them, our teams conduct refresher courses. We review checklists and threat and risk analysis tools. When we see a condition approaching, whether it's weather or fire conditions are elevated, we establish a Joint Crisis Action Team, or JCAT. It's a small cell, it can vary in size, but has representatives from each operational element and operational support element at our command center, but off the floor at a room dedicated to the event. And I'll talk more about that later. We also pre-position people, equipment, and supplies in strategic areas so we can respond as soon as the danger is passed. That includes pre-positioning our agency's aircraft along with teams of technicians and rapid go teams ready to deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. My main point is we respond, or we plan and respond as an organization with all of our operational and operational support elements coordinating in real time, led through those conversations at that JCAT. Two large-scale events in our history quickly escalated beyond the scope of our normal contingency plans: the Chicago Center fire and the global pandemic that we're all enduring currently. In September of 2014, a contract employee deliberately set fire in a critical area of our Chicago Air Route Traffic Control Center. The fire destroyed our telecommunications infrastructure where it all came together, even though it had redundant paths on the way into the building. And this took out our essential air-to-ground communications capability, as well as our ability to process flight plan data in the area. We initially stopped all traffic, but then had adjoining centers work high altitude traffic as best they could with their surveillance and communications capability, and had several aircraft work low altitude through underlying approach controls. Nearly 200 of our Chicago Center controllers were dispatched after a couple of days to these surrounding facilities to provide advice and some support in those areas, because we had controllers that were not certified in that airspace working those airplanes, but then controllers that were familiar with the airspace sitting with them. As a result, we were able to operate near normal levels at Chicago's O'Hare and Midway airports during this 17-day outage. What was most impressive was the amount of work that technical operations had to do to reroute surveillance and communications capabilities to those surrounding facilities while restoring 20 racks of equipment, 835 telecommunication circuits, and more than 10 miles of cable. Still, passengers were significantly inconvenienced, and there were incredible cost incursions by the airlines and the industry delays that they had to endure. The Chicago fire and the associated inside threat got our attention and made a shift from a risk management perspective and contingency planning to a focus on system resiliency. We have a pretty robust national airspace system, and it could handle temporary deviations. But we learned we needed to measure and address our ability to rebound from surprise events that fall outside of design parameters. Our focus became making buildings and systems more resilient with additional layers of redundancy. We also learned we could not, and we explained to our oversight committees that we could not afford to have a spare air traffic control center standing by with extra controllers certified on every piece of airspace throughout our system. As for the people part of the equation, we added enhanced security measures and additional background checks. The COVID-19 pandemic got our attention around resiliency on an entirely new level and brought us back to the people factor. For the first time, everyone involved in aviation, from the aircraft manufacturer to the passengers, from airport personnel to the pilots and controllers, were potentially impacted by this. They were concerned about their well-being, that of their families, and certainly their job security. We experienced unpredictability in our system as we did not know how many people would be sick each day and how many would be quarantined through contact tracing, or what the impacts were at adjoining facilities until that day. So we stood up our Joint Crisis Action Team, JCAT, at our command center. It has been the longest running JCAT that we've ever operated. Again, with points of contact from each of those operational and operational support elements. With each positive test, we convene collaboration calls with air traffic, tech ops, our labor unions, and those that would, and the medical system or our medical experts that would help coordinate the cleaning. We took some early steps to protect our employees. Visitors were banned from our facilities, and we stopped system modernization efforts in order to minimize the amount of people in the operation. But our employees, as I mentioned, weren't immune from the virus, and we felt the impacts. Our initial facilities that were impacted were Chicago's Midway Tower and Las Vegas Tower in Tracon. And for several days, just shutting down those locations to accommodate a medical level cleaning, because we had never experienced this before, had a ripple effect across the entire country, delaying thousands of flights and hundreds of cancellations. We got better at that cleaning, and I'll explain more about that shortly. But throughout 2020, as we closed the facility to accommodate COVID cleaning, we would declare what we call ATC 0, or the facility is unable to provide ATC services. In 2020 alone, we had 687 instances of those ATC zeros, resulting in more than 4,100 hours that air traffic services weren't available at various facilities. I should make clear, we have always ensured that we have maintained a consistent level of safety through the use of traffic management initiatives, whether it's alternative routes, miles and trail, or delaying flights. But with unknown potential staffing impacts, we lost a bit of system predictability, and we know that is what our customers count on. Initially, we were very cautious and conservative: minimum staffing, reduced facility hours, and medical level cleaning. but that was a little easier because operations were down significantly. As we move forward, we learned, along with the rest of the world, to clean more effectively and efficiently, and to use mitigation such as masks and other personal protective equipment, and eventually vaccines. At the same time, industry started to come back and operations increased, and we are currently seeing traffic at 3% above our pre-COVID numbers for this time of year. Our technical operations personnel developed what we call routine level 3 cleaning. They found safe chemicals to use that we did not have to evacuate the facility for, and we incorporated it into our routine janitorial cleaning each day with an expansion in our janitorial contracts. That has resulted in avoiding more than 700 ATC zeros since we implemented that when we have a COVID positive case. Now, we only do that at our largest facilities, about 127 or so, and we still take ATC zeros at those smaller facilities, but those become uncontrolled fields with one in, one out operations. And overall, our impact on operations is down significantly due to COVID. We needed to learn to stretch our contingency plans, innovate our cleaning models and our scheduling methods, and be flexible as we adapted to something new that came each week with guidance or more than we learned about our cases. I'm proud of the way the team came up with our changes and the way they worked on training, staffing, sourcing supplies, and staying connected. Most importantly, as we were learning along with the rest of the world, we focused on collaboration, ensuring constant communication with our medical professionals, labor unions, industry, and external stakeholders to include government officials and the media. Overall, we have learned and grown to design, monitor, and respond from a system perspective. Despite our best efforts, we cannot anticipate every unique situation, but by empowering our personnel to be innovative and flexible while meeting the intent of our contingency plans, following the tenets of our safety management system, and collaborating with all concerned in a timely manner, we have matured, I believe, into a more resilient organization. So again, I'm proud to join my fellow panel members and look forward to the discussion with you all.
Thank you very much, Tim. And we will certainly in the Q&A expand on some of those topics. Really good briefing. Great job. Thank you. So our next speaker is the President and CEO of the Flight Safety Foundation, Dr. Hassan Shahidi. Dr. Shahidi has over 35 years of experience in applying systems engineering and data analytics to advance air traffic control in the US and around the world. Prior to joining the foundation, Dr. Shahidi served as the director at MITRE's Center for Advanced Aviation System Development, where he led research and engineering related to aviation safety, drone and commercial space, operational integration. He directed the Safety Information Analysis and Sharing Capability Development, a government industry safety data sharing partnership that he helped launch in 2007. Dr. Shahidi holds a bachelor and master in international economic and studies, a master in systems engineering and operational research, and a doctorate in engineering management. Dr. Shahidi, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Shane, and thank you to EUROCONTROL and CANSO for putting this very important summit together at this very important time. I really look forward to the discussions with my good friends on the panel, Tim and Ben. And let me share my PowerPoint here momentarily. Here we go. I hope you can see the slides. And the focus of this really are some of the themes that Tim talked about and that we'll get into, which is really the role of culture, leadership, and human element in maintaining a safe and resilient operations. We undertook a study this year looking at factors influencing from an airline operation perspective relating to resiliency during the pandemic, and focused on 4 regions around the world initially: Latin America, Africa, Middle East, and Asia. And this study is ongoing, and we will have more of the full report later on in 2022. But the focus on this was really take a data analytic approach to understand more of the insights into resiliency in these regions, and understand the unique characteristics that perhaps each region had in terms of responding to the pandemic, and looking to find some insights with respect to what regions did in response and what resiliency factors really were involved. Of course, important aspects of regional best practices and lessons learned, information sharing across the regions, and then finally looking at gaps and opportunities and some recommendations. As I said, the study is ongoing. Today, I'll be sharing results from the Latin America region. This is preliminary, but I think there's some of the themes that we'll be discussing that would resonate with everybody. The methodology was to really take a look at the data that's out there in terms of commercial air transport, but we also looked at the business aviation sector, looking at risks and contributing factors during the pandemic. And we did develop a very comprehensive survey questionnaire that we have implemented across these four regions. And we're doing some drill down workshops to get more insights in terms of the challenges that each region encountered and some of the innovations that each region really undertook to deal with the pandemic. And of course, we want to make sure that our data is comprehensive and we have quality and traceability. We looked at these elements that in the study that contribute to resiliency. I'll just focus on these 5 elements today: business continuity and emergency response plans, safety management system that Tim just talked about, and risk assessment process, ability to monitor and detect hazards and perform risk analysis, change management process, which is really so important in everything that happens in a crisis, and then government industry collaboration processes. These are safety focused. Obviously, there are some other aspects to it, but our focus was on safety processes. So here's some high-level findings, starting with the business continuity and emergency response plans. This is again for the Latin America region. 88% of operators had in place emergency response plans, and 60% established a formal business continuity plan. Those are encouraging statistics in terms of what the operators had in place. With respect to SMS, the risk assessment process, this is really encouraging that pretty much all operators responding to our survey had established robust SMS and hazard identification processes. And 90% during this past 2 years updated their risk assessment due to the pandemic. That is really amazing to see how organizations responded and were resilient in terms of updating their processes. Ability to monitor and detect hazards. Nearly 70% of operators indicated that they routinely examined normal safety SPIs, as well as safety reporting integrity. Change management. This is something we should probably be talking about. 40% of the operators indicated that change management processes was applied. Did
we lose the song? Okay. Let's see if we can get an audio check. In the interest of resiliency, these are the things that we have to deal with, unexpected outcomes. I think I see Hassan, you've returned. Okay, go ahead,
Yep.
please. Sorry.
Very good. Thank you. And just the last point was government industry collaboration, high degree of collaboration. 92% of the regulators that received these requests were responsive during these times. So what I'm going to do is just go through some drill down on some of these and then end up with some conclusions. And let me know if you have any audio issues. Just give me a shout out there, Shane. This relates to the business continuity and emergency response plans. And you can see some of these statistics. With BCP, you can see nearly 60% had BCP, business continuity plans. But of those that did have, 95% had mechanisms in place to ensure safety hazards were shared as appropriate across all levels. And of those 40% or so that did not have BCP, 87 of those had change management, and especially during reduction in force, that was part of the risk assessment process.
Pardon me, Hassan. I'm sorry, your slides are not presenting. If you could.
Sure. Stand by.
No worries. It looks like he froze on the monitor. We'll give it just a second. Apologies to all for the technological issues, but we're working through.
Maybe we should be ready to share them from here. I think it's the bandwidth.
Yeah.
Is the slide with the, I'll come and show you.
Yep, we still have him locked here. So stand by one, here we go. And he's back live.
Okay. Do you see the slides, Shane? Do you?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Excellent. With respect to safety management system and risk assessment process, again, these are some of the results we're seeing that that the respondents had established 97% established hazard identification safety risk assessment process. And of those that did, 83% of the respondents had updated the risk assessment processes due to the pandemic. And with respect to operational safety risk assessment, 86% had those in place, and 70% of those had dealt with exposure to infection, and 50% had differences in route operations. And you can see some of these frequencies of these assessments on a weekly basis, monthly basis, and as needed. Now, with respect to the oversight systems, this is very important. You can see nearly 80% of the participants participated in audit programs. These are very important programs. And of those that participated, 83% who are participating had adapted their programs during the pandemic. And you can see that, that during this process, monitoring of their activities really shifted towards more of the remote and virtual because of the travel restrictions, as we all know. And that was really an adaptation that really helped with respect to some of these programs. Cargo played a significant role over the past 2 years with respect to the airline and operations, especially relating to the delivery of very important material, PPE, and humanitarian operations. The regulators responded with 100% response rate to providing them with exemptions and necessary regulatory relief to be able to do those operations. Adapting the regulatory oversight, 63% of the responses said that there was a lot of adaptation, and the regulators really helped during the pandemic with inspections that really need to be there. And then the level of communications, 37% indicated that there were great levels of communication during this time between the regulator and the operators. We also looked at safety leadership, influencing sound decision-making, a principle of safety leadership, continuously learning and improving, demonstrating safety culture, and prioritizing safety in operations. 4 elements that we studied, and we wanted to know how regions did with these 4 principles. And here's some high-level results. 2 buckets: how how they did, better than expected, and room for improvement. So two different aspects. Influencing sound decision-making, 40% said better than expected for making sound decisions, but 40% said there room for improvement. And the big part of this was communications or lack thereof. With respect to prioritizing safety, 40% said that they did better than expected, but about 40% said that there's definitely room for improvement. And really this had to do with not being prepared. Continuously improving, 30% said that they did better than expected, with about 45% saying there's room for improvement. And really this has to do with checking boxes and not addressing the real underlying issues. This is something important for us to talk about. And finally, demonstrating safety culture, 40% said that they did better than expected, but 30% said that there's room for improvement. And leadership is a very important topic we should talk about, and visibility of leadership during a crisis. So again, these were some high-level results for the Latin America region, but here are some conclusions as I finish this segment that I'd like to share. Communications and information sharing at all levels greatly improves resiliency during a crisis. So this is certainly an important topic we should talk about. Bring the right experts together in a timely way can improve collaboration efforts and decision-making. Having business continuity plans and standard operating procedures can better mobilize, execute, and transform with agility that is so important during a crisis. Resilient organizations better leverage and apply established processes that are in place. You don't try to reinvent, but rather leverage those processes that have been already in place. Leadership is critical at all levels, and positive culture is really led from the top. And that is so important in terms of really helping during a crisis with the workforce. Continuously learning during a crisis enhances organizational resiliency. And for over the past 2 years, certainly there have been many, many lessons learned. And it's so important to capture those lessons and make sure we don't forget them. And finally, resilient organizations better recognize and address the health and well-being of their workforce, because at the end of the day, it's the human element that can bring all of this stuff together. And it's so important for us to recognize that. So with that, and apologies for some of the technical difficulties, I hope this was informative, and I look forward to the discussions with the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Shahidi, and I appreciate your patience as we work through the technical difficulties. It's just one of the items that we have to deal with when we're in the hybrid environment. So I appreciate that, and we'll talk to you soon. I do want to again reiterate for those in the room, if you have your SendSteps QR code, you can ask questions. We already have one question that's queued up. And for others in the remote environment, you can use the Q&A feature in Zoom. And so we'll move to our third speaker. Our third speaker has over 20 years experience in driving change across strategic, technical, operational, and regulatory areas of aviation and space. Mr. Ben Stanley, an associate director at Aegis, is an acknowledged global expert on CNS, ATM, and aviation safety, risk, and resilience, having been privileged to consult on major transformations in over 60 countries and institutions. Ben has developed roadmaps, forecasts, and strategies for clients from small startups to the European Commission, and has worked on air transport, ATM, general aviation, UAM, satellite infrastructure, as well as the enablers therein. Ben holds an MBA from the Warwick Business School, is a board chair of Higher Education College, and is also an active participant in the CANSO Strategic Technology Work Group. And with that, Ben, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Shane. And thank you also to Tim and Hassan for those informative presentations. It's certainly a timely event, isn't it? And we're really grateful to CANSO and EUROCONTROL for their resilience in running this, in dealing with the challenges. I'm also in awe at those speakers who manage to look like calm swans on the surface while their hands are busy manipulating presentation slides and talking notes and Zoom and who knows what underneath. So let's see how we get on. Some of you may wonder, why is Aegis, formerly Helios, the aviation section of that, why we're talking at this event? Well, we have the privilege of working closely with many of you, and I'm passionate about this emerging topic of resilience, but actually within a strategic alignment for the organization. It's easy to do something somewhat separated as maybe as a plan, a business continuity plan, but how we align across the organization, how we restructure effectively is one of my passions. We also coordinate the CANSO Global Benchmarking Working Group, which has been looking recently into some of the evolving metrics before and during the COVID pandemic and the impact on aviation, of course. I'll be sharing a few highlights of that related to resilience shortly. But before we delve into the data, I want to set a context with 3 questions, and happily it aligns well to previous speakers. The first question, why do we need to be resilient at an organizational level? That may seem obvious, but it's worth unpacking because we need to explain it to the stakeholders we work with as well as to ourselves and our staff. What role could organizational resilience specifically play in safe and efficient ATM services? And therefore, how do we measure it? And what does the data tell us so far? And how could we improve it? So looking at this first question, why? Well, the one thing that is certain in life is uncertainty. We know that. We've been reminded of it over the last 2 years. We do not know what is going to happen. We're unable to control the events that affect us, but we can control our response to them. We can influence the journey that we're on. Now, this response, if we're not careful, can be rather mechanistic. If A, then B. Business or service continuity plans can tend into that kind of paradigm. And we already heard from Tim of the importance of allowing and empowering people to innovate as opposed to mechanistically following a process. We might identify some severe disruptive events and work out a response to get the service back up and running as fast as possible at a permissible capacity. It works with well-defined disruptions where we're able to envisage the scenario and accurately plan a response, but we won't be able to identify everything. If our thinking is limited to existing operational services, for example. We also won't necessarily understand all the consequences of a change in a complex system. One thing that we've been thinking about a little bit internally is what about inflation? You'll know from the headlines that it is creeping up, and we've moved from a transitory effect into a slightly more secular trend, a longer term trend. It has the potential to create asymmetric effects across our business, affecting both demand side and supply side. Now you might say, well, that's not an immediate disruption. Does it affect service continuity? Maybe, but it may affect organizational resilience. It's also helpful to look at the human elements of the word resilience. We use the word in common English in 2 ways. First, to show a challenge and response, encapsulated in the Japanese proverb, nanakorobi yaoki, which literally means fall down 7 times, get up 8. We fail or fall, but we keep going. Challenge, but response. Secondly, there's a sense of stress to a person or a system, and resilience being what happens next. In one of his novels, the author Robert Jordan uses the line, "The oak fought the wind and was broken. The willow bent when it must and survived." It's the sense of flexibility and adaptability, something that was in the chat box in answer to Kath's question. And I want us to pay particular attention to this. We may not look the way we did before. Resilience doesn't necessarily mean returning to exactly the same state. So why do we need to be resilient as organizations in ATM or ANS? Well, a simple answer is, of course, we assume a continuity of service requirement. We meet a public service need. But continuous services to the customer is not the only measure. Organizations themselves, they matter as they bring together leadership, values, culture, people, resources towards an optimized service offering. Obviously, in ATM, we have a particularly complex set of performance goals, human capacities, organizational culture, technical underpinning, which combine and interact to deliver the safe and efficient services. And this is without even exploring the need that as a public service, whether directly through a corporatized function or indirectly through a license agreement, en route ATS has a set of drivers and constraints coming from the Chicago Convention, ICAO Annex 11, National Aviation Acts as they translate that into the national environment, to set up a framework with the states taking liability and requiring primacy of security and defense interests and appropriately designating the service provider. Now, why do I mention that? Because actually the service provider, the organization, the entity, then becomes as important. It becomes on an equivalent level to the actual service itself. I think someone mentioned earlier, it's not easy to just, if something switches off, to bring in someone new to manage that service. We can't do that. There's been some debate recently, particularly as organizational resilience, the ability for us as organizations, as ANSPs, to carry on, to recover. It can mean that margin is added to costs and services can get more expensive. Now, clearly, we as an industry, we need to challenge ourselves in that regard as we serve the customers. But we need to do it with the right framework in mind, recognizing the importance of the organization in the resilience arguments I've just been making. So maybe suggesting a working definition of organizational resilience. So this is coming down to the topic of this panel, organizational resilience, and recognizing that the organization, the leadership, the decisions that we make need to take into account more than solely a risk or an event or a disruption and its recovery, but we've got other factors in there. So for organizational resilience, this working definition, the ability to adjust to meet evolving performance or service delivery goals or needs in a sustainable and healthy manner, responding to changing external context, disruption, or stresses. One thing you'll note from this suggested definition is that it's perhaps more positive than many definitions of resilience than you see. It goes beyond the sense of contingency planning or an ability to react, and tries to link to the full ecosystem, including our organization's culture, healthy teams, we've talked about that a lot already, and the abilities to develop structures such as horizontally or integrated data services, for example, something I'm hoping we hear lots more about in the next two panels. But what role, therefore, could this kind of organizational resilience play, and how could we measure it? Well, 1 second, there we go. We might suggest three main drivers of organizational resilience, aligning to our purpose and the service, as I showed at that previous diagram. One is maintaining the continuity of service in face of uncertain events and stresses, of course. Another is the alignment of the organization towards the changing performance or service delivery goals, which hopefully will be linked to our vision and purpose. Some of the trade-offs that leadership will need to take will look at, yes, both making sure that services are continuous, but also ensuring that the organization is aligned. There may not be resources for both. As Tim was saying, you can't just set up an entirely redundant center in order to manage service disruption. The third one is our ability to take account of potential opportunities by adapting as an organization. So that's looking more positively, but using a similar response type, a similar journey type that says we can be agile, we can adapt. In this case, it's to take an opportunity as opposed to respond from a disruption. I think in each of these, our goal must be to design in or embed resilience. I started off talking about being able to control our response to uncertain events. That's what we want to be tracking. Just as with safety, we can get insight through reactive measures, what happened during a major change, a disruption, or a stressing factor. But we get far more data when we look proactively at design metrics, which tell us how well we're doing before the event occurs. The trick here will be to look at the right metrics that actually help us determine whether we're going to be resilient. So if we have a look at what those metrics could look like, we might look at whether the service was maintained, a reactive measure, a very traditional measure, where it succeeded and failed. Can we learn lessons? Can we identify best practice, what went right and wrong? We could look at a more proactive measure in the alignment of the organization. Do we have enough resource? Do we have too much resource? Are we appropriately scalable? What could that mean? Does it hold in the next year? Does it hold for the next 5 or 10 years across the different performance outcomes? So we might look at it for throughput, but we might also look at it for environment and the importance of sustainability, as well as, of course, for cost efficiency. Finally, we might look at how adaptable we are as an organization and what helps us change, what stops us changing, and whether we can respond well in that uncertainty by doing maybe tabletop exercises. We need to look for evidence that will help us support the view. Now, with each organization, of course, you'll be able to collect data to inform you as leaderships on these measures. But at a global level, comparing organizational resilience, we're only really getting started. So it's worth having a look at what the data tells us so far, but also how might we improve. Well, in CANSO's Global Benchmarking Working Group, we collect data today that assesses service outcomes, primarily cost efficiency and its immediate drivers. Because we haven't identified and agreed how to measure resilience, we haven't been able to tailor the data collection to look into those factors that may impact resilience. But there's still some interesting emerging findings. Before I show these, maybe a couple of caveats or health warnings for the data. 2020 data, of course, shows a varying impact of COVID per ANSP, dependent on the reporting timescales and the timing of the traffic changes locally. If someone reports from August to August, that will be very different than someone reporting January to January. The level of change is also dependent on the level of domestic or international traffic within the country. We have an oceanic versus continental breakdown within the GBWG data, but it doesn't tell the whole story given international border restrictions. We're also dependent on those ANSPs that choose to share the data to gain the insights that we're seeking. The 2019 and 2020 data did include ANSPs from Africa, from Middle East, Americas, Asia Pacific, and Europe. But we'd love to see more ANSPs investing in this process, strengthening the insights and the outcome for all. And I know CANSO would like to see and hear from you if you're interested in joining in that and participating. Participation so far has ranged from between 25 to 35 ANSPs globally. So what does the data say? Well, I won't rehearse the traffic reductions in 2020. We've done that enough, I think, in many of these events. But it's worth noting that the average total costs in 2020 fell by only 1.3% compared to 2019. Now, in some ways, that's the headline, isn't it? If traffic reduces by more than half, by almost 2/3, but total costs only go down as an average by 1 to 2%, there's clearly not a scalability then. The normalized total cost of the service, so measured per IFR flight hour in US dollars, has more than doubled. It's gone from $393 to $827, but it actually hid quite a wide range of values as shown on the chart on your screen. So the gray bars show the year-on-year change between 2019 and 2020, with the orange X's showing the 4-year cumulative annual growth rate. Now, it won't come as a surprise to know that those service providers with a high proportion of international IFR traffic or who experience rapid complete travel bans saw the highest increase in normalized total costs as a direct result, of course, of traffic reductions. Now, there are good reasons why we're not scalable, given the uncertainties of the pandemic and the absolute need to maintain a continuous operational service. But we need to be telling that narrative and showing why this is. Within this fairly self-evident high-level finding, there are some interesting differences approach, though, that may give some further insight. For example, when we look at employment costs of operational ATCOs as a percentage of total costs. So how much did we spend on operational ATCOs as a percentage of the total? The differences between ANSPs could be quite marked. The average value is about 30% of total costs. But you can see from the chart that the year-on-year change could be markedly larger. ATCO costs therefore forming a higher percentage of total costs. Maybe that's due to other costs being more scalable, or in some cases smaller. You can see there a reduction of over 20%. We'd need further data and follow-up to generate the insights needed. Logically, we should perhaps expect, organizationally, that employment-related costs would remain fairly stable, given the need to maintain a service and the expectation of traffic remaining in the medium term. But we're not seeing that. An interesting finding was that the ratio of frontline service staff, so those ATSAs, air traffic service assistants, ops support, technical support staff in the operations, critically ATCOs on other duties as well, it increased by 7% in continental services, but decreased by 11% in oceanic. This could be due to the number of ATCOs retained by the ANSP, but deployed on other duties. So we kept the staff, but redeployed them. So they show up as frontline ops service staff in other areas. However, if we look at costs excluding ATCO employment costs, we see that they've only marginally decreased, a 0.2% reduction in continental. This graph is slightly different to the others. The bars show the variation of response across the 5 years. The line shows the median point, so the middle, in terms of the average response. The grey shaded area, or the red shaded area, shows the quartile, first and third quartile. So if you imagine half the ANSPs fall within that. What we see is that many ANSPs, we saw a reducing variability between 2016 and 2019. Interesting in itself, but much more variation coming into 2020 as different ANSPs took different strategies on other costs. Most ANSPs were not able to scale their non-ATCO employment costs against the traffic. Well, this makes sense. If we think of large multi-annual equipment costs or procurement programs, some of those may not be able to be changed in the short term. But it should perhaps drive further questions on the flexibility and scalability of our technical systems and supporting services, something that hopefully the next panel will pick up. So where do we go from here? We've talked about potential definitions of organizational resilience and resilience more widely. It is absolutely important in understanding what data to collect, of course, that we understand why we're collecting it, but it goes beyond that. We have to be able to tell a story to our friends in airlines, airports, governments, as to why organizational resilience is important and how it links to purpose and service resilience. Ideally, we do this in the context of a definition that encompasses healthy response to events, stresses, and opportunities. Clearly, we also need further insight into the data collected. Some interesting findings are emerging, but we need to understand the underlying factors to really develop lessons learned and test our findings against those resilience objectives. Again, though, we need to evaluate this in a wider framework of resilience. Otherwise, we'll prepare ourselves for the problems that have just happened, not necessarily for the uncertainties to come. With that, let me hand back to Shane, and I look forward to the Q&A coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Very interesting stuff. And as we move into the Q&A section, many things come to mind. Do we have everybody up on the screen on the Q&A section? If we could just bring them in, please. Thank you very much. We have got a few questions from the audience that we started with. And I appreciate your openness to talk about this topic. Some of this, obviously is sensitive information on how you deal with from an organizational perspective. I think I would like to start with Tim. Having been in a unique position of being deeply involved in the Chicago incident, and obviously with the COVID response, when you step back from that, what similarities do you see between those two unique circumstances that you can apply moving forward?
Thanks, Shane. Excellent question.
Each of my fellow panelists have covered different aspects of this, but as I mentioned, it both quickly exceeded anything we had designed. And we had contingency plans that would work, but only portions of them. In other words, our backup plan, it was no longer a plan B that would work. We had to have a plan C and a plan D, and had to empower our experts, working closely with safety, to sort of adapt to emergency changes to those plans. The key to all of that was constant communication and collaboration. So with your internal stakeholders and those external stakeholders, and I'll concentrate on the external stakeholders piece so that we can move on to other questions, because this was our biggest challenge. Managing expectations and explaining that an air traffic control facility is not like an airline operations center. So you're dealing with an airline that says, I've got a backup location, I just got to turn on my computers, reroute my phones, I'm all set. That doesn't work that way for surveillance and communications capability for us. And explaining that to them and taking the time to do that was key in managing their expectations and enabling their ability to pass on to their customers some sense of predictability and really, I cannot stress the importance of communicating. Similar thing has happened with COVID. Initially, as everyone was trying to clean for it, the cleaning of a rear of the aircraft became something very expeditious for them, as they used a spray mechanism for a disinfectant that we found was not on our safe chemicals list and had a corrosive capability for the equipment, our sensitive electronic equipment in our ATC facilities. So trying to improve and adapt along the way, working our plans internally, but more importantly, facing our external customers, members of the government that may be questioning the time it's taking, focusing on managing their expectations and explaining the uniqueness of our systems and the complexities of that, and how you just can't go in and sort of fog a room with a corrosive treatment and be back in there 5 minutes later. So that was key for us, and I would say that was, in both instances, we had to take the time to explain that, and that's what I would offer.
Excellent. Thank you for that response. You talk about the pace of change and realizing that your plan B doesn't work anymore, and even maybe your plan C. Hassan, you spoke about change management process, and you highlighted that. How do you, when you're having such a rapid pace of change, organizationally dealing with that and trying to stay ahead of the aircraft, if you will, rather than get behind it, how do you see that playing out, Hassan?
No, that's an excellent question, and one that the entire ecosystem within the aviation sector really had to deal with and work from different perspectives and different factors. I think that, a big part of that is really going back to decades of established processes that all organizations have put in place through a lot of lessons learned, through a lot of experience that have worked in the past, and making sure that those processes, SOPs, plans that have been developed are actually used during this crisis, during a crisis. And our data shows that the majority did, in fact, rely on those established processes versus trying to reinvent and start from scratch, because the resources were limited, time was limited, there need to be quick response on some of these issues. And so relying on those established SOPs was critical to really trying to maintain resiliency. And of course, our survey showed that those that did not have some of those in place, through the change management process within their organizations, did develop some of those procedures to respond. So I would say that that's a big factor as we move forward, and we're trying to understand the regional differences, that all regions really have the same types of experience, where there's some regions that were different in terms of their experience. And so we're trying to get some of that insight. But I would say that that's a very important part organizational learning and resiliency.
Shane?
Yeah, go ahead,
I would
Tim.
just like to add to Dr. Shahidi. Dr. Shahidi said something key there that I cannot stress enough based on the challenges that we face. While our plans needed to be adaptable and change, our processes, particularly our safety processes, our risk management processes, did not change. And trying to maintain that discipline was key, as there were more than a few critics throughout the system, internal and external, rushing us to change. But following those processes has kept us safe. It's taken care of the safety and well-being of our employees and the safety of the system. And it's critical to focus on that. Do not deviate from the well-established risk management processes that you have in place.
Excellent perspective. Ben, I want to give you the opportunity to chime in on that, being that you see a different side of it from the consultancy side. Your perspective on when you see these paces of change and what your viewpoint is and some of the recommendations to your customers. Can't hear you, Ben.
That'll work. I think in a regulated business, we're in a really interesting balance between empowerment and, as Tim was just saying, an understanding of how process leads to outcome. For any organization, we need to be able to understand how it links to our vision or purpose as individual teams, so they know why they're doing something. And ideally, also the service. So why they're doing something and how the particular function that they do as a service contributes. I love the sense of service-oriented design in an organization that goes beyond just the outcome-based service. And that allows then a more flexible change management with everyone understanding what they're trying to achieve. Now, I think in aviation particularly, we've got a culture which is happily safety focused. Hassan, your findings kind of reinforce that. ICAO has done some great work over the last couple of decades in understanding how safety culture rolls out, and within EUROCONTROL and CANSO as well. And so in some ways, that's not the area we're as worried about maybe for organizational resilience or for service-based resilience. It's some of these other areas where our culture has not had to change or adapt traditionally, where we need to challenge ourselves with, can we do it? Are we able to, with our current structures, move in the direction that a stressing event, for example, as well as a disruption may lead? And it's those kind of questions I think I'd like us to kind of really push home as we move forwards.
Excellent. And so I kind of have a follow-up question. Actually, someone put direct to you, Ben, and that's, how can we ensure that organizations remain resilient over time? And I'll start with you, but I would also like to get feedback from other panel members as well. So we'll start with you, Ben.
I will always reiterate that resilient to what? And within ATM, we're resilient often to our purpose as a public service, that we can continue providing that public service. If we look at, for instance, the UK energy market at the moment, I don't know how many are familiar with the UK energy market, with gas prices going up at the moment, organizations aren't very resilient, but the service continues to the customer. So the resiliency there is in the service to the customer. Now, I think in aviation, the point I was making earlier is that actually we need our organizations to be resilient in order for the service to be resilient. If you don't have one, you don't have the other. And it's an important point to, Tim, you were mentioning talking to your stakeholders there. It's an important point and an argument to be able to express well to our stakeholders so that they understand why that is. Otherwise, we get some stones lobbed over the fence as to why unit rates, for example, are doubling. Why can't costs be scalable? So coming back to the question, how do organizations stay resilient? They work out what they're resilient to. They then understand how they are designing an organization, aligning the various parts, so culture, the structure of the organizations, the processes that are in place to allow that. They're aligning those to ensure that it meets the need. And that is a leadership task. It's an awareness of what the organization is and how the different parts are aligned. We see a lack of resilience when one of those parts becomes non-aligned. So maybe in the culture, the wrong incentives are used, and therefore we're no longer aligned to the purpose and the vision and the values that we're trying to drive.
Excellent. So Tim, I'll shift to you. I'm sure this is something, operating such a large and complex airspace system that you struggle with and have to be in front of all the time. And how do you maintain your resilience as an organization? So your thoughts on this?
A great question, and Ben covered much of what I would offer, but let me focus on one piece, the leadership aspect, and not just at the senior level, but at our director levels and down to the facility management. And that is, we in the air traffic organization pride ourselves on how we perform during crises, whether they're response to earthquakes, evacuations, storms, you name it, even the current ones we face. And so we tend to say sometimes that we do our best work in crisis. The problem is we've never experienced a crisis this long, and while we're starting to normalize it now, I would say probably about 6 months ago, we really recognized that we had a bit of crisis fatigue going on, and our leadership was exhausted as we were running this large ANSP 24/7 and having those imminent impacts and having to coordinate calls at all times of the day with senior leadership. So at some point, there's only a few people involved in some of those key calls, but they're involved in every aspect. So we really needed to take the time to look out for the health and well-being of our leadership teams and give each other a break, if you will, which is still hard. We laugh, I know a lot have moved towards telework, but I'm sure I'm not the only one leading an organization that telework had always been something we did on nights and weekends. It's just part of a 24/7 operation. But leadership fatigue is something that we needed to identify and protect for, and so that we could be leading in a continuous resilient fashion. And it's not easy. It's a bit of swallowing your pride and acknowledging that you need to take a break.
Excellent. And Hassan, I saw you shaking your head. Something you'd like to add on this?
No, thank you. No, I resonate definitely with what Ben and Tim are saying. And I think maybe I can just add maybe another aspect to it, just from our studies and workshops. Organizational learning, it's so critical during normal times. Of course, we have plans, processes in place to really try to learn from our operations, from all operations, normal operations, or off normal operations. But during a crisis, organizational learning is even more important. And it really goes to the heart of how do we develop a resilient organization. And we should probably reflect on this moving forward over the past 2 years. How did our organization learn at the individual level, at the team level, at the leadership level, at the organization level? How did the organization learn, and how do we capture those lessons? Where are they? Where are those lessons? And can we now integrate those lessons and what we learned into our standard operating procedures and into our processes, so that in the future we are more resilient? So that's something that I think is worth really reflecting on and talking about and discussing with many organizations to see if we can share some of those. So that's just one aspect I'd like to offer.
That's great. So we're getting a lot of questions, and you touched on this, and Ben, you touched on it in your presentation about key performance indicators, measurement of an organizational, where do you stand in that paradigm? And as a matter of fact, one of the questions talks about, is there a scale that exists on how to measure your the resilience of your organization, and what are the dimensions? So I'll start with you, Ben, because I think this is in your wheelhouse, right?
I think there's a fascinating question we as an industry need to ask first, which is as a regulated public service, how much is cost a factor in our organizational resilience going forwards? And how do we deal with that trade-off? I mentioned there that the GBWG at the moment looks at cost efficiency, for example, and we're able to benchmark there. It's true to say that many ANSPs did not have to manage their cash flow and budgets in the way that a private company would in order to be resilient as an organization. Now, there were various things. In some ways, sometimes there was loans, sometimes there was government intervention, sometimes there was a furlough scheme. Obviously, that was rolled out wider. But I think if we're looking at KPIs, we first need to make sure we understand how we want to be resilient. So I talked about those 3 questions in terms of why organizational resilience. Let's make sure we as an industry know why we want our organizations to be resilient as opposed to the service. Something we're discussing at the moment is things like virtual centers, horizontally integrated services, things like that, looking at cross-border delegation of air traffic services. These kind of topics, they will force us to challenge why organizational resilience. We come down one level, okay, how can we achieve that? And what's the trade-off there between the service continuity and the cost efficiency going forwards, and what do we need? And in some ways, I'd open that question, I guess, to Tim and Hassan to give their views on where we go with that. I've not answered the question on KPIs. I might come back to that at the end, if I may, with some thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Hassan, I'll start with you, and then I'll shift to Tim about metrics. When you're talking about organizational learning and these types of things, they're more qualitative in nature, not necessarily quantitative. So how do you measure where you're at and know if you're going in the right direction?
Well, that's a very good question. When we look at our aviation ecosystem, we have a system that is an operational system. Whether you're talking about ANSP operations or airport operations, or regulator operations, airline operations, and you have a set of measures with respect to those operations in terms of performance. Now, anytime you have a disruption, you are disrupting those normal operations, and there's a disruption to that process, and you have a different set of performance outcomes, whether we're talking about reduced operations, whether we're talking about some issues that develop because of this disruption. So I think one way we can do is go back to what we believe are those normal set of KPIs for normal operations, and then understand the effect of disruption to those operations. And the second most important thing is how fast and how agile and how efficient and effective were we in responding to that disruption to try to take it back to a new normal, perhaps. So that's an approach to developing some set of measures or KPIs of responding to those disruptions and resuming near normal operations after those types of disruptions. So that's one approach. And I think that that's something that the community will need to start working together and to develop for the future.
Yeah, and on that point, and I'll shift over to Tim in just a second. We already look from an organizational or industry-wide perspective on safety performance and efficiency performance, and is resiliency performance a future metric that we can look at across the board? And I know it's complex because we have different models on how we provide service. Something to marinate on. Tim, you obviously get a lot of metrics, a lot of information about how your organization is performing. Your ideas on how you measure resiliency of the organization?
Sure, Shane, you sort of teed it up perfectly for me. we didn't move off of our initial or our existing KPIs because they're so important around safety and efficiency. But as traffic went down, did our safety numbers go down correspondingly, or did they go up, or how did it work? And I'll share a brief story in that we struggled as a leadership team to understand or to stay focused on it. We were worried about staffing and managing operations, but how were we performing? So to your point, that resiliency measure, I think, is really a totality of several KPIs, right, to include safety and efficiency. But we started to see cracks in our system, and what we saw some troubling safety effects. And when we burrowed down into it, because we had retreated out of the operation, kept everybody out except those who had to be there, right, running the operation to keep the employees safe, we started to experience drift because we did not have regular oversight occurring, whether they be evaluations or managers walking through high different levels of directors, checking to ensure that expectations were being met. So as operations began to ramp up, we would see some anomalies in efficiency or safety that would make us ask questions. And that's why one of the first teams that we sent back out into the field prior to reestablishing modernization efforts were safety investigations teams. We took all the appropriate measures, but we needed to get in there and make sure our expectations were being met. And that led to, again, that retreat and recognizing that we were having some difficulties in staffing the positions that we needed to staff because folks had taken to their own understanding of social distancing and combining up sectors maybe sooner than they should have, as an example. But one of the measures that emerged from all of this around system resiliency, particularly looking forward, was what were we doing around training and certification? As we froze essentially for a year, we experienced attrition along the way. Our certified numbers of controllers and technicians was going down significantly. And we needed to focus on resuming training in that environment where it's impossible to social distance, but you can wear a mask, you can clean, and certainly vaccinations are helping. So training and certification became this initial background information that we moved right to the center of our daily reporting, right alongside safety and efficiency, because that's that long-term resiliency in order to continue to provide the same level of service in the near future.
Love that. And if I can jump back in again, Shane.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, it's moving back to those KPIs and those processes and testing them and testing why they're not working in the new normal. It's also alignment as we deal with unexpected changes, the uncertain future. It's understanding where there's grit in the wheel, there's grit in the cogs. What are the things that stop us changing, and how do we measure that? You talked about qualitative there. In some ways, it's similar to our safety culture surveys. It's getting under the surface and saying what's actually preventing us being agile. Now that may be a range of things. It may be the way we set up our technical services contracts, that we're unable to scale up or down in a certain way. It may be our technical setup of our centers, that we're unable to move between centers. And obviously there's work on that at the moment with data centers coming in to give a common points of reference. It may be labor agreements and working with our staff at the various levels of service, not just the ATCOs, to understand how best to ensure well-being and healthy and sustainable change, but doing it in a way that also respects the need to be resilient as an organization, and being very transparent with the goals and the purpose that we're looking at there. So that point about alignment probably is also something I'd look for, as well as how well can we get back to that end game as we move forwards.
And Shane,
Yes,
if
go ahead,
I can
please.
just add to what Ben and Tim have said, really going back to the point of our aviation professionals during this past 2 years, how remarkably they performed under very, very difficult circumstances of financial uncertainty, under stress, under the uncertainty about what this virus was in the early stages in terms of hygiene issues that everyone was concerned with, but especially our aviation professionals being in very closed kind of environments, air traffic controllers or pilots and airport personnel. So, it's very interesting to see that the aviation professionals, I think, performed remarkably through this entire crisis, and we have to ask the question how that happened, and how can we continue to provide the level of support now as we move forward with resumption of air traffic and demand. How do we support the workforce through training, as Tim talked about, certification, and other types of attention in terms of well-being of aviation professionals that is going to be so important as we recover. So I think that is something I hope during the summit we can, take away with an action worldwide to really focus on that moving forward, because over the next 24 to 36 months, as we move forward, I think we really are going to need to pay attention to the well-being of aviation professionals.
Very good point. And I actually kind of wrap things up when we get there. I will kind of touch on that point about resilience moving forward. I would like to ask you guys, I was writing a lot of notes when you're giving your respective presentations. I heard agility quite a bit. I heard flexibility, communication and collaboration, adaptation. I'd like to get your perspective on what you think, in your view, was the main trait, the most important trait of your organization that provided you the ability to adapt to the situation we've seen over the last 18 months. And Tim, I'll start with you if you don't mind on that one.
I think it was the collaborative focus, as Dr. Shahidi had said, the well-being of our workforce and paying attention to that, the collaboration with labor and the bending of agreements. The key to all of that were two things, in my opinion. One was involving all of the correct stakeholders. For us, finding our way through this, we experienced some challenges with different public health officials in different communities across the country. And I'm sure not unlike any other country, there are varying opinions. Until we got to one medical standard and utilized our flight surgeons and applied that standard across the country and worked closely with our Centers for Disease Control. But the key was in our leadership conversations with labor and others, our medical professionals were right there. We followed the science. We were learning along with the rest of the world. So in any decision to bring people back into a building to resume training, we received medical concurrence, if you will, or medical clearance that they endorsed that idea, that it was safe. They'd spoken when it came to the measurement of risk. So that open collaboration, again, internal and external, was key. But there was one other aspect, and that is the visibility of leadership. Terry Bristol, our chief operating officer, and I initially had daily all manager calls as we were stepping through this process, and we thought it was going to be 2 weeks to a month of a crisis. It's now become weekly or bi-weekly, but we present a briefing to our entire management team. So all 4,000 managers are invited as a result of shift work. It's a little under 2,000 that are there in each conference call. But we put ourselves in a forum like this and present information, but then Terry and I, as well as each of our vice presidents, are there to answer any question about anything from our frontline manager to our COO, so that we present ourselves as one management team and being able to explain it the same, whether we're meeting with the president of a union or they're dealing with a shift representative on the floor and working through an issue. So being consistent and being transparent are key elements of that collaboration.
I think that's an excellent point, the visibility of leadership. It really does send the right message that we're in this together, and it's certainly leading from the top. And that's very, that's an interesting point. Get, your entire leadership chain, because that's not a small amount of people, 4,000 to get even from a logistical perspective. So that's excellent. Dr. Shahidi, your thoughts on this about the main trait for your organization?
Right. Well, I think Tim talked about leadership collaboration, communication. I would add to that, just from our discussions across the regions around the world, one important piece of the puzzle, and that is organizational value and mission. Because we are in this ecosystem that we are in aviation, and when we have a unified mission and a set of values, that no matter how big or small your organization is, and whether you are remote or whether you're together, if you're really aligning towards those values and missions, then your responses and your decisions that are made at the individual level, at team level, at leadership level, are even more effective moving forward. And that's one of the insights we're finding in our studies, that values and organizational mission is paramount. And of course, there's the support system that goes around it that Tim and Ben have talked about that will strengthen it further. But one of the, I think, lessons learned going back over the past 2 years is how can we strengthen and continue to promote those values and those missions that are going to be enduring during normal times, and more importantly, during a crisis.
Excellent.
Completely agree, Shane. I love that you mentioned values. I was thinking to myself, when you first asked the question, the big word that comes to mind is trust. That there's a trust through the organization, and Tim, you were talking about it there. As management, we're visible and we're transparent in the communication. There's a trust with our stakeholders, that they don't feel they feel that we're on their side, and can understand why, and can understand the reasons why, for example, costs are going up on a normalized basis. I think it comes down to trust, and that itself then comes down to an aligned vision, mission, and values that everyone understands. How you do it may change. So how each of those teams work, how we interact with our stakeholders, how we organize ourselves, that may change. But we're always coming back to those leadership elements of mission, vision, and values.
Excellent. So we got a couple of minutes left, and I'm going to pose maybe one of the more difficult questions, right? We've been dealing with COVID-19 for 18 months or so now, and it's pretty obvious that it's not going away anytime soon. And the aviation industry has coped with it so far, and we've been able to deal with the ebbs and flows. This is an opinion question from each of you. Does the industry possess the resilience to withstand future disruptions in addition to the current challenges that we're facing today? And I'll start with you, Hassan, if you would, on this one.
Well, very good. I would say that lessons learned over the past 2 years, and how our aviation sector will leverage those lessons and apply it, is going to be very important to future issues, whether it's the current pandemic that we have, and how we're going to perform over the coming months, and even long term. Let's not forget those lessons learned, as we move forward. So I think that it is going to be important at all levels of the organizations, at the individual level, team level, and especially the leadership level moving forward. As we're beginning to recover, as we're beginning to go back to a new normal, that we take time and reflect within our own organizations and collaboratively to capture those lessons, to make sure that those lessons are understood and they are communicated and captured and incorporated into our SOPs and processes, so that they are not forgotten And I believe those lessons are going to be very important in helping us to continue to be resilient and resilient in better ways.
Excellent. I'll shift to you, Ben. There were some questions. Obviously, we talked about the root charges in the European ANSPs and things that they've had to do to adapt to the situation. But the situation, remains today. And if we have future things that come, how do organizations that are already stretched to the max, I guess you could say, deal with that and still maintain their resiliency and able to provide that service?
Yeah, I think for the last 10, 15 years, we have recognized that the situation is changing, whether that be in airspace, where we've been able to sit on an airspace structure for 30, 40 years in some ways, whether it be in the technologies we use, whether it be the way that we do things, the human automation balance. In some ways, the cockpit has gone through the change, where we've moved the tasks and the human automation balance. That may well change in the coming 5 to 10 years, whilst providing the safe and efficient service in ATM. In terms of how organizations change, I agree with Hassan that the ability to learn lessons and structure ourselves so that we can manage that change well is probably one of the biggest things, isn't it? Whether that be that we can incorporate UTM drones, whether that be that we can deal with inflation in the next 2 years. That's something that I think some are worried about in terms of how it will impact everything from traffic flows to costs to the ability to manage an operation where maybe revenues are staying static but costs are increasing. What does all that look like? I think we need, because we are moving faster, everyone says the pace of change is accelerating. That means the organizational structure will change with it. And so for those who haven't yet looked at their organization and how you're making decisions, how you're moving forwards to align that organization for faster change, not knowing what the change is, but just be able to. I think that is the key takeaway, is learning lessons from each other in how we do that. I look at some that are moving to a service-oriented, enterprise-based system as an organization, and looking at how they create teams that respond to other teams within the organization. I look at material in the wider business world. Some of you will be familiar with The Spider and the Starfish, a management book that looks at the ability to empower locally towards a common purpose. And how we deal with that. It's those kind of things which are going to become the norm in our industry, as with anyone else, because we can't afford to stay the same. We cannot afford to be static and brittle, rigid. We must be able to flex.
Excellent. And Tim, your thoughts on this?
Well said by both my fellow panelists. As Ben said, we need to take an enterprise approach. And for the term that we use is we're a team of teams. There's no individual unit any longer that can be successful by themselves. Our operations are now back to normal levels, and that's without business travel or international travel being at pre-COVID levels yet. So we know we're on the cusp of more operations than ever. Commercial space is literally taking off throughout our national airspace system, and that airspace management becomes a challenge. UAS is certainly being it's proliferating throughout it, and then you have the cybersecurity threat on top of natural disasters and everything else. So we will constantly face more challenges, and I think, if anything, back to Dr. Shahidi's point, the lessons learned and our experiences throughout this COVID environment have strengthened our reliance on our processes. We've adapted, we may have modified them and learned more and worked on our contingency plans. But for us, as we move forward and we're pivoting towards a new focus on infrastructure, replacement of facilities, and new technologies, all of that has to be factored into our build and our growth as we move more towards a dynamic airspace management model. And I like what Ben said, in that we also have to look at what our organizational structure looks like in managing that. But I think we're poised pretty well. These lessons learned will pay dividends. But one other important point that Ben mentioned, costs are going up and we need to be transparent and explain that.
Excellent. Listen, you guys, I want to thank you deeply for sharing your knowledge and wisdom on this. This has been an excellent panel. We could go for a couple of more hours, I think, and on different topics, but unfortunately we've run out of time. I appreciate your willingness to be open and to share your thoughts. And so thank you from both of us. Tony, do you have anything that?
No, to just continue to encourage the participants to fire the questions using the Q&A feature of the Zoom in the room using the QR code. We'll be resuming back at the 15:30 Central Europe time. And again, a big thanks from my side for all the panel, and looking forward to see them in presence in the near future.
And with that, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Arion, for the coffee break coming up, and we will join back in a half an hour. So thank you.
Arion's space-based ADS-B revolutionized air traffic surveillance. Now, that technology will go beyond traditional surveillance with the introduction of 3 new products: Arion Stream, Arion Flow, and Arion Insights. A new solution for air traffic flow management. Arion Flow supports safe and efficient flow of air traffic from gate to gate, providing air navigation service providers with a high-fidelity, low-latency source of position data, far beyond their own area of responsibility. Arion Flow allows for tailored data streaming and once-per-minute position updates for continuous global coverage and availability over 99% of the time. A set of powerful APIs, Arion Stream offers access to Arion's 100% worldwide gate-to-gate, surface-to-space surveillance data. When combined with flight and airspace contextual information, Arion Stream enhances tracking, situational and analytical tools for users across diverse industries. With Arion Insights, space-based ADS-B surveillance data is combined with aviation contextual data to provide key performance indicators related to a flight's operational safety and efficiency. Arion Insights provides a stream of customizable events and alerts for flights that includes airport and airspace events, ongoing flight data, safety events, location alerts, and more. Arion Flow, Arion Stream, and Arion Insights, meeting the demand for worldwide, single-source, reliable data. Visit Arion.com today to learn more. Aireon space-based ADS-B revolutionized air traffic surveillance. Now, that technology will go beyond traditional surveillance with the introduction of 3 new products: Aireon Stream, Aireon Flow, and Aireon Insights. A new solution for air traffic flow management. Aireon Flow supports safe and efficient flow of air traffic from gate to gate, providing air navigation service providers with a high-fidelity, low-latency source of position data, far beyond their own area of responsibility. Aireon Flow allows for tailored data streaming and once-per-minute position updates for continuous global coverage and availability over 99% of the time. A set of powerful APIs. Aireon Stream offers access to Aireon's 100% worldwide gate-to-gate, surface-to-space surveillance data. When combined with flight and airspace contextual information, Aireon Stream enhances tracking, situational and analytical tools for users across diverse industries. With Aireon Insights, space-based ADS-B surveillance data is combined with aviation contextual data to provide key performance indicators related to a flight's operational safety and efficiency. Aireon Insights provides a stream of customizable events and alerts for flights that includes airport and airspace events, ongoing flight data, safety events, location alerts, and more. Aireon Flow, Aireon Stream, and Aireon Insights, meeting the demand for worldwide, single-source, reliable data. Visit aireon.com today to learn more. Aireon's space-based ADS-B revolutionized air traffic surveillance. Now, that technology will go beyond traditional surveillance with the introduction of 3 new products: Aireon Stream, Aireon Flow, and Aireon Insights. A new solution for air traffic flow management. Aireon Flow supports safe and efficient flow of air traffic from gate to gate, providing air navigation service providers with a high-fidelity, low-latency source of position data, far beyond their own area of responsibility. Aireon Flow allows for tailored data streaming and once-per-minute position updates for continuous global coverage and availability over 99% of the time. A set of powerful APIs, Aireon Stream offers access to Aireon's 100% worldwide gate-to-gate, surface-to-space surveillance data. When combined with flight and airspace contextual information, Aireon Stream enhances tracking, situational and analytical tools for users across diverse industries. With Aireon Insights, space-based ADS-B surveillance data is combined with aviation contextual data to provide key performance indicators related to a flight's operational safety and efficiency. Aireon Insights provides a stream of customizable events and alerts for flights that includes airport and airspace events, ongoing flight data, safety events, location alerts, and more. Aireon Flow, Aireon Stream, and Aireon Insights, meeting the demand for worldwide, single-source, reliable data. Visit Aireon.com today to learn more.
Dear colleagues, welcome back to the last panel of the day of the Council Eurocontrol Global Resiliency Summit. I have the privilege to take over from Shane for this panel. Of course, all the team is in support. I like to invite all the participants to continue to fire the questions for this panel, but also for the past panel or for any other idea that you think on resilience. Tomorrow we bring back the panelists in a 1 hour and a half discussions where we will shoot and they have to answer us in very short time. And as we address resilience in a wide perspective, we move from now organizational resilience to technological resilience. We have an amazing group of speakers. They probably require no introduction, but I will embarrass them like I did with Steve, with their amazing professional achievements. Just give me, before I start their introduction, give me a bit of space to introduce the technological resilience. As the industry continues to shift towards digital and more automated operation, technology is increasingly critical to resilience performance. Technological resilience, described as an organization's ability to maintain acceptable service levels through and beyond disruptions to its critical process and system, is becoming an increasingly higher priority for air traffic management. Ensuring business continuity when expected events occur is significant for every air navigation service provider. I would say even for any player in the aviation. This session will focus on the role that technology plays in the resilience performance and discuss possible solutions that can enhance air traffic management delivery. As I said, 3 amazing speakers. First to go will be Alex Bristol, the CEO of Skyguide. Then we'll have Professor Shorrock Sharples. She's the Chief Scientific Advisor of UK Department of Transport and Professor at Nottingham University. And last but not least, we'll have John Alspo, founder and principal of the Adaptive Capacity Labs. And again, sitting in different points in the world, one in Switzerland, one in United Kingdom, and one in New York, United States. So the first, actually, it will be a bit different scenario in the panel. Every one of the panelists will give a brief introduction, a few minutes, and then we'll have in a conversation mode where we'll debate on topics of technological resilience, and of course, transpassing, because you cannot think compartmentalizing, you know, now I'm thinking individual resilience, now I'm thinking technological, then I'm thinking organizational. Anyway, I'll introduce the first speaker, Alex Bristol, Chief Executive Officer of Skyguide. Born and educated in UK, he has a Swiss mother and a British father. He obtained his PPL, private pilot's license, in '86 and became an air traffic controller at NATS at Heathrow Approach in 1996, after having studied French and German at Exeter University. He moved in his NATS career on a number of sites through up to 2009, being in charge of air traffic services at Farnborough Airport, Manchester Airport, and Area Control Center at the West Drayton Centre, where he oversaw he moved of the center and its associated 500 families to the south coast and to the Swanwick Center, of course. So that must have been a hell of a job. In 2009, Alex moved to the NATS corporate headquarters to become Director of Strategy and Investment, and later also Director of International Affairs. He moved country and company in July 2018 to take up the role of the Chief Operating Officer at Skyguide, simultaneously taking the opportunity to brush up his French, Swiss, German, and skiing. He was appointed CEO of Skyguide on July 1st, 2017, and is passionate about safety and finding ways to innovate ATM industry. And by the way, according to my knowledge, and Shane, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think he is the champion of safety for the CEOs of the CANSO. He lives near Geneva with his lovely wife and his lovely 11-year-old son. So, Alex, the floor is yours for a brief introduction.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. I feel almost no pressure after that introduction at all. So this is the start of the technological resilience panel, and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you very much indeed, CANSO. Thank you to Eurocontrol for the opportunity as well. I'm going to be taking some examples from my past and what we do, and looking at what Skyguide does as well to some extent, and trying to bring an operational and practical element into this. And I use Skyguide not because Skyguide's doing it all right or perfectly, of course, but simply because that's what I know. And we do have some concrete steps that we're taking as well. It seems to me that, in fact, when I look at ANSPs, I think we are not very technologically resilient. I think that over the many years we've built up a number of monolithic systems which sit there, and the way that we have dealt with contingency and disaster recovery is, to take Ben Stanley's picture from the last panel session, is we've got one oak tree and we put another oak tree next to it and then another oak tree, and hope that all of those oak trees will, there'll at least one be standing at the end. But we don't have really a willow tree in the ANSP world that we currently have today, certainly not in the architecture that we've got. Now in Skyguide in 2017, we created a vision, and we created a strategy that then joined the vision to today, aligned very closely with the ATM master plan from CESAR and the European Commission. And there were three key elements that we realized came together when we did the work on the strategy. And those three key elements were flexibility, scalability, and resilience. And of course, then 2020 came along came COVID, and we had to look at our strategy again, said, okay, this strategy has now been really severely tested. Is it still good? And we said, yes, it is, because flexibility, scalability, and resilience are in fact exactly what we need now. So how do we find a practical way to implement that technology that will allow us to deliver an increased resilience? Because our belief as well is that organizationally, ANSPs are generally speaking resilient, as we also heard in the last panel session. Tomorrow morning's panel session, we'll hear about the real heroes, the things that the people do, which to a large extent, in my opinion, have also plastered over the gaps that we've had in technological resilience in the last decades within ANSPs and in the ATM world. Now, if we're taking a strategy of innovation into the future, there are four sort of key pillars for me here as well. There's standardization, there's harmonization, there's digitalization, and there's virtualization. And when you manage to bring those four elements together, then actually we get to something that starts to look like resilience, but that is yet in our future at the moment. The technological architecture that we've got is not modern, and getting from a legacy set of systems to a modern architecture is actually really challenging as well. And here's where we come to two of the myths that I'd like to dispel in this as well. Myth number one is we're unique, we're special. We can't do all sorts of things that all other industries can do because ... safety, sovereignty, the unions, whatever. That's not true. It is possible. Other industries have done it, and so will we be able to do it. The other myth is I have to do this myself. I'm not allowed to outsource this. I can't outsource this. The reasons are safety, sovereignty, unions. Oh, hello, they're the same reasons, in fact. So those two myths are ones which are deeply, deeply ingrained in many ANSPs, but they also prevent us looking forward into the future. And outsourcing allows us to more standardization. It allows us the newest technology that's around. Cloud technology is starting to be used a little bit by some ANSPs, but we're a long way away from being able to use that in its entirety. IT security, as an example, just to take one from Switzerland and Skyguide, we've moved a number of our safety critical operational systems onto a middleware platform. So we have virtualized a number of our systems, and the middleware that we use is a standard middleware. Amongst other reasons, it's a standard middleware so that we can have IT security designed into it at the start and not trying to patch across afterwards. And also so that the people who are then managing that can maintain it at the top level, at the latest level of knowledge, which would either be impossible for or extremely expensive for Skyguide to do. When I look at the next couple of years coming for us, one of the things that I can't do today, that we cannot do in Skyguide today, is manage a piece of airspace from a different center. ACCs generally globally are built with a monolithic system with access to radio transmitters and receivers that are nearby, so that your airspace that you control is the airspace that happens to be above you. And that's a limiting factor in resilience. What I want to get to, and what Skyguide is hoping to get to within the next 3 years, is the ability to move sectors of airspace from one place to another. When we can move sectors from Zurich to be managed from Geneva and sectors from Geneva to be managed from Zurich, then we'll have created some resilience within Switzerland. And that already is a great starting place. And also, if you think about business continuity management, your investment decisions will be very, very different if you are thinking about a virtualized future architecture than if you're simply thinking about how you work on your business continuity management from a monolithic system as well. And my last thought as well for everybody is that we should also be thinking network and not local. If you just try and resolve resilience at a local level only, we're missing out on so many possibilities and so many options for creating true resilience. Skyguide does not need necessarily to provide its own contingency. We could find that in collaboration with partners elsewhere. So why are we not doing that? Why are we not thinking network? Why are we only thinking local? So I think that if that sort of thing is important for Skyguide to be resilient, that is good. That's part of our job, of course. But it's also really much more important that the network is resilient. So with those three key elements of flexibility, scalability, and resilience in the strategy, with the dispelling of those two myths that we are unique and that we have to do it all ourselves, and thinking about the network rather than just thinking locally, I think we could all make a difficult, challenging, but significant real step towards resilience in the future. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for this excellent introduction. Actually challenging a lot of the way how we do today the air traffic management and how we are organized. So that leaves me the opportunity to move to a brilliant academic, Professor Shorrock Sharples. Professor Shorrock Sharples is the Chief Scientific Advisor for the Department of Transport. In the same time, she's a Professor of Human Factors in the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Nottingham. And she was there in the last 3 years also pro-vice chancellor for equity, diversity and inclusion and people. And actually she is one of the disciples and protege of the late Professor John Wilson. And actually she continues his fabulous work. And actually his activity has inspired many of us who are in love with human factors. She had led research in transport, manufacturing and healthcare, and currently leads the Engineering and Physical Science Research Council, EPSRC, Connecting Everything Network Plus. She's a founder and co-director of this Horizon Center for Doctoral Training. She is president of Charter Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors from 2015 and 2016. She holds different positions. She wrote a number of articles, books, and so and so. So with this impressive academy, she has a challenging job because as a Department of Transport Chief Advisor, it's not just aviation. You need to advise on rail, maritime, road transportation. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Alex, for a really, really great introduction as well. I have got a challenging job. I've also got a really, really interesting job that allows me to bring both an understanding of human factors, an understanding of engineering, an understanding of technology, but I think more importantly, make a difference to the way in which we do things in the real world. So I'm absolutely delighted to be joining this panel and really looking forward to the discussion. And I really just wanted to highlight 3 areas where I think it's important for us to consider when we're thinking about technological resilience. The first is when systems fail from a technological point of view, how we learn. So learning from resilience. I'm going to give 2 examples which are within the world of transport more generally, although the first one is a very well-known example from aviation. So when we had the volcanic ash cloud eruption, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the name of the volcano, a good few years ago now, actually from a scientific point of view, there were some really, really interesting challenges that emerged. So what we needed to do, particularly from a UK and a Europe point of view, is understand some of the fundamental mechanical engineering reasons why ash might be a problem to an aircraft, in what circumstances, what risks, both proportionate and absolute, might be encountered, and therefore inform the policy decisions that needed to take place. Now, this was way before my time in the Department for Transport, but my predecessor, Phil Blythe, uses that and other examples was really, really emphasizing the importance of science in terms of our ability to deliver whole system resilience in terms of the technology. So I think the first thing I'd want to say is that with that example, we need to think much more broadly than technological resilience, but recognize the way in which all of our engineering systems interact with each other. Completely different example around learning from resilience that we're experiencing right now. So in the light of the COVID pandemic, we've seen dramatic changes to the way in which our transport systems operate and work. And that means, again, from a policy and decision point of view, the Department for Transport has had to be able to think how they can support the different transport providers in delivering a transport system under various different circumstances, such as deep lockdowns, such as when we're having return to work and various other circumstances. In that particular sort of system resilience context, what's been really, really important is working together to share data and actually thinking about what we can learn from both perfect and imperfect data, because we're dealing with a very unknown situation, which is often very characteristic of when we see failure from a technological point of view or extreme challenges to the resilience of our overall technological systems. A really good example is the way in which we've been able to work with mobile phone providers to use mobility data to understand the way in which our transport systems are reacting and responding in various stages during the COVID pandemic, for example. So it's really important that we learn from resilience. The second thing I wanted to talk about is science for resilience. When we don't know that things are going to happen, but we can anticipate that things might happen, what do we need to put in place in our science system to make sure that we are as well prepared as possible? So a first example of something that you'll be very aware of from the recent COP26 is the challenge that's presented to us through climate change. Now, climate change plays out in the transport system from a technological point of view in a number of different ways. First of all, if we're seeing in the UK, for example, periods of extreme heat, then we see the engineering infrastructure that we're surrounded by reacting in a way that it wasn't designed to. We're not used to extreme heat in the way in which we build our transport systems in the UK. So we see instances of rails buckling. We see instances of roads failing. Being able to anticipate and understand what the increased risk that might be presented by climate change may be to our engineering, technology and infrastructure, and using technology to respond to those challenges is really important. But climate change might present other challenges, such as, for example, increased instances of thunderstorms, increased instances of high winds, which, if we think about the air traffic control context, will also present us with challenges. So making sure we've got the right science in place so that we can predict the interaction between future events and the way in which technologies will respond through simulation, through engineering modeling, is extremely important. A second example of technological resilience that, for those of you who work in the area, will be blindingly obvious, but to the general public is not necessarily so obvious, are the roles of position, navigation and timing in our overall transport systems. Position, navigation and timing technologies, which may be space-based technologies, maybe ground-based technologies, maybe relative technologies and absolute technologies, are absolutely critical to the delivery of many of our transport systems. And I can give you a few examples of what happens when they fail. So one example, a maritime container port. Many operations which move containers at maritime ports rely on automated technologies that have position, navigation and timing at their heart. And in one incident that happened relatively recently, there was just a loss of a position, navigation and timing signal, and the loss of activity can reduce activity at UK ports by as much as 60%. A 5-day outage in a port can lead to a further 5 days to clear the backlog. And we know that with our just-in-time type delivery structures, that can have a very, very significant knock-on effect very quickly. Other things that are affected by position, navigation and timing include the operation of train doors. And you'll all, of course, be very, very aware of the role of position, navigation and timing GPS technologies within the aviation system. In 2019, there was an update to GPS data that added a leap second between GPS time and UTC. And this actually prevented a number of systems from operating effectively and caused significant connectivity failures over the period of time during which the planes were unable to transmit their position information whilst in flight. As a result of this, authorities cancelled over 400 flights, all because of a leap second, and all because of an update that didn't quite bed down appropriately. So understanding the science behind the different technologies we need to embed in our systems are really important for resilience. And the final thing I just want to highlight is actually the role of people in technological resilience. And it's interesting that, Alex, you also mentioned this, the role of a person in delivering a resilient system. We've seen this. I've only been at the Department of Transport since July, and I've already seen this many, many times. The importance of partnership working between scientific experts and those who are on the policy side and those who are delivering the transport systems on the ground or in the air is absolutely essential if we are able to keep our transport systems working at times when they are challenged. The most recent challenges we've seen are COVID related, but we also see actually very regular technical failures in various parts of our transport systems that can have knock-on effects extremely quickly. You will, for example, have seen what happens if a passport gate fails and the very, very quick backups we get at airports. So the final thing I just want to note is that importance of personal resilience as well. And recognizing that often when we fail to achieve technological resilience, the backup system is a person or is people. And so thinking actually about all of these aspects of resilience as a whole is something that makes me extremely grateful that this conference is happening actually. And I really look forward to hearing views on this and many other things from my fellow panelists.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Amazing hook points actually from both of you, and I would like to come back on those in our conversation. And now I'd like, before we move to that conversation with the three of you, to introduce the last panelist. Now, if I have to I promised Steve that I embarrass him more today. So if I have to play a Kevin Bacon type game of 5 degrees of liberties, what are the panelist members in common with myself? And in common with myself, they have the person Steve Shorrock, so that will be a first degree of liberty. So I met John Alspo through Stephen a couple of years ago when John was doing a master in safety and human factors at Lund University. But John came to one of our first system thinking conference in Barcelona, and he opened our eyes on how the DevOps world is working and learning from other parts of the industries. So John, it's a part of being founder and principal at Adaptive Capacity Labs. He's from the engineering side of the world. It's an engineering leader and researcher with over 20 years of experience in building and leading teams engaged in software and system engineering. He has spent the last decade bridging insight from human factors, cognitive system engineering, and resilience engineering to the domain of software engineering and operations. He has published books like Art of Capacity Planning and Web Operations. He was running a couple of years ago, and I always watch this fabulous velocity event. So you have not seen a velocity event, so Google it in YouTube and you see different remarkable people who have nothing to do with software engineering, talking about safety, human factors, and postmortems. Actually, amazing stuff there. So he has worked for Flickr operations in Yahoo for many years. He was ETSI Chief Technology Officer and Senior Vice President Infrastructure and Operations. And we wanted John to bring his view about this technology. And is it there a myth that we think if the technology will sort the resilience for us? So John, the floor is yours. I know you have also a couple of slides, so we are with you now.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony. First, I am absolutely honored to be here with Alex and Sarah. what I thought I could do is, being the last panelist, throw out a couple of, maybe potentially controversial ideas to get us and the discussion moving, which is really the key part of what makes this conference valuable, I think, for both us and the attendees. I'll just quickly go through those and see where this takes us. So the first point that I want to get across is that this idea, and we've heard multiple people throughout the conference thus far, relate resilience as being more than just reliability plus or reliability. It's right. It's not just it's not just that testing and maintaining redundancies and improving testing. All of this is important. It's just that it's not the same as resilience, right? It's necessary, but it's insufficient. The second bit that I wanted to point out is that resilience is about making it possible to adapt. It is not the adaptation itself, but it is about adaptation. And what's most important about this is unforeseen situations that had not been designed for and imagined. And that is a key distinction from other reliability or robustness sort of concepts. So in that frame, leaning on in my background as building these sort of global scale online software services, this means preparing for unforeseen situations means that it's no longer as it was in the 80s and the 90s, where software service was shipped on a CD, and you install it on your computer, right? Designing software services to be operated, not just simply delivered, is paramount. It's critical because of adaptation. And there's various ways that the household names of successful software-centered organizations do this. But the key idea here is that it is not just installed and run, right? It's more than that. Its function in production can be changed and adapted because it's been designed to do that. And this is going to require the people writing and building these services, the code operating these applications need to understand how it's being used even more in depth about how it's being used by the people using it, right? As well as the workarounds. And by the way, there are always workarounds. All technical expertise in all forms, air traffic management is not unique in this, will generate and come up with creative ideas to work around limitations that the software has. And it's key to understand what those are. Perhaps the most really controversial here is that complete testing of software is not possible. All software has bugs. All software will have bugs. There's stuff you know how to test. There's stuff you know you should be testing, but those do not include stuff you don't know ought to be tested at the time you test, and stuff that you just don't know how to test. And so as a result, again, I want to get across this idea that how quickly, fluidly, easily software's behavior can be changed or adjusted is the critical part. It's less about the change and more about its ability to change while it's running. So this deployment, and so in this, what this means is modern successful software that have a positive contribution to resilience has this quality of not being like it was in the old days of software. It's not a all or nothing. It's not a the only option is new version or old version, right? There's a couple of reasons for that. The one that's most notable is that reverting to an old version also brings risk. So these are the points that I wanted to get across to hopefully generate some discussion.
Thank you very much, John. Indeed, I'll come back to some of these points because if I have to translate from your word to our word, so and why we are all looking for this resilience. Okay, if we don't gracefully degrade our systems when we have an unusual situation, we may affect safety. But in your word, you know, it costs a lot of money, the Netflix, the Yahoos of this world. So if they go off the business, so it's equally important for them to be resilient. Now, if I can invite all the three distinguished panelists to switch on their camera so we can follow the conversation live. So when starting from where you leave it, with that last scary slide of John, Alex, is your still strategy for resilience, which looks at the 4 elements, standardization, harmonization, digitalization, and virtualization, still stands, still they hold the water? What about, what's your thought after that?
Absolutely, it does. I was actually very pleased to see that because it reinforces my belief that that it is the right way to go. And I was thinking as well that there's a piece here that's got a lot of humans around it, and we're going to have to work with people for a while. A specific example here would be if the air traffic controllers, or the engineers, but the air traffic controllers, let's say, all believe that software can only be implemented, sorry, the regulator as well, that software can only be implemented when it's perfect, then of course we'll never move. So we have to be able to accept that there will be something wrong with it, and actually what we're trying to do here is we're trying to improve it as quickly as we can. So I really like the idea that software of the future needs to be designed for and built for quick adaptation. That really works for me. And John and Sarah as well, I suppose. Where in that then, because that sort of strikes me as already being shouting for machine learning and artificial intelligence as well, because then it doesn't always have to be a human operator that does that. How do you see that?
Sarah, do you want to?
So I completely agree, and actually I'm really refreshed by your view. I think there's a couple of things to unpick here. I think first of all, we need to recognize that people find it quite difficult when technologies change the way they work. We have so many examples of this. If we go right back to the Kegworth air accident, where we know that one of several factors that influenced the pilot's response was that they had not realised that an upgrade to the aircraft meant that actually, A, they should behave in a slightly different way, but B, they should pay more attention to a particular dial that had previously been unreliable but was now reliable. And it's one of those classic human factors cases that tells a very sad but important tale that we need to learn from now. So making the way in which technology makes decisions or provides advice visible is a really important design challenge that we need to think about. However, I do think that there is a real risk that we fail to take advantage of the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence and machine learning because we are worried about the fact that we can't test them to destruction. We can't test every possible scenario that I think both of you have highlighted. One of the things I always say to my students is humans are fallible and humans are brilliant, and our job is to minimize the impact of human fallibility and maximize the value of human brilliance. There's a really interesting corollary there in terms of the technologies. And I think one of the things that's really interesting as a human factors professional is increasingly we need to start thinking about the way in which we've been treating people in our evaluation and our design in the system, and recognise that the people-like qualities that technology are also starting to demonstrate means that we need to maybe apply some of those methodologies we've been applying to people to the technologies in the systems as well. And I think that's a really interesting challenge for us, both from a sort of research point of view, but also with my Department for Transport hat on, from a regulatory point of view. Because we all know that if there is an incident, then our natural tendency is to try and identify a single point of failure. Yet we all know that there is very rarely a single point of failure. And I'm preaching to the converted here. So, John, I'm really interested in your views.
You know, I knew I was going to love being on.
That's a sample of technological resilience in life, in reality.
Well, at least he finished at a good point where he was going to love being on the panel. That was good.
Exactly. Right.
Well, while we're just waiting for John to come back in, then is just following on from that. There's I think a really important piece there, and a piece that we haven't worked out yet in air traffic management. And just building on Sarah, your last point there, which is what. Let's say in 30 years' time, what is it that the human being should be doing in the ATM system? How do we design an ATM system so that the human being is playing to his or her strengths and the system is playing to its strengths, rather than having the human being do something that the human being isn't actually very good at, and the system doing something that we just simply know how to do, rather than trying to maximize that as well. And it seems to me that then leads inevitably to the thought or the conclusion that technological resilience on its own probably is a meaningless idea. And in fact, you've got to combine it with your organizational and your people resilience. Otherwise, you don't truly create resilience.
Yeah. I would completely agree with you. And it was interesting. I didn't come to this panel thinking, right, the thing that I'm going to say is that we still need to remember people in the system. It was actually as I was preparing, and even as I was writing my my sort of notes, just reminding myself what I wanted to say this morning, that it just came through more and more strongly to me that actually, if we're going to design for technological resilience, we can't do that in isolation from the people and the wider systems that we see. I actually think, and I'm really pleased to see John back, and we'll hand back to him in a second, but I actually think that John sort of answered your questions in a way, in that one of the things that we need to have from a technological resilience point of view is making it possible to adapt to unforeseen situations. I think, therefore, there's a really important, normally, we expect people to do that, responding to unforeseen situations. I think there is a really important question as if technology is able to do that with increased reliability or more optimal solutions than people have been able to, then we need to really challenge ourselves as to what the role of people may be, and make sure that we don't fall in to the trap that Lisanne Bainbridge, who I know is someone who all of us are a fan of from her paper with Ironies of Automation from the 1980s, talked about leftover automation. So we automate the things we can automate, and then the person is left behind with this very strange hodgepodge of disconnected elements of the overall task and the role that are very, very difficult to execute. But John, we've been filling for you. So back to you.
I very much
we got from you that you knew you're going to love being on this panel, then we lost you.
I swear to everyone that was not planned in any way. Yeah, and thank you for Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for filling the time. You know. So a couple of thoughts. One, thank you, of course, mentioning Lisanne Bainbridge, and just for any of the attendees, if you haven't read the Ironies of Automation, then consider it required reading. It is absolutely, and I have said multiple times that I believe it's even more relevant now than it was in '87 or so. I think that it was written. You know, to Alex's point earlier, and Sarah touched on it, you know, the allure, the attractiveness of machine learning and other sort of forms of artificial intelligence. Remember that this is just specific types of software. And I will point back to the bullet that I had earlier, which is that there is no such thing as complete testing, right? And that lots of the study of resilience and adaptation includes those sorts of ironies that Sarah mentioned, Bainbridge brought up, and dilemmas and paradoxes. On the one hand, all modern activities, ATM included, require software. It just simply does. And all of that opportunity and risks that it brings. So we can't do without this fantastical automation. Just understand that, as Fred Brooks wrote, there is no silver bullet. This artificial intelligence and machine learning is not magic. And the way that you can tell, a quick little test for you, is to find the websites of the most well-known, universally acknowledged leaders in artificial intelligence. And what you'll find is that they are also still hiring engineers to be on call. Right? And so that in and of itself is a demonstration that people, and people only, are the adaptable element of the system, period. As my colleague David Woods has said, that people step into the breach when is necessary. Bainbridge's point is that the more extensive, the smarter that we give automation, this workload, this complexity, ironically can make it harder for us to step into the breach. And on that front, we want to design the software to make it easier to be a productive team player, right? In the best scenarios, automation software services that you rely on could be seen as just a very special type of member of your team. The question is, are they a good member of your team, or are they kind of a jerk, you know? And what opportunities do you have, much in the same way in working with your human colleagues? Are they helpful, or are they hindrance?
So it's just, can I just pick that one straight up, because that's brilliant. All right. You can't sack a machine.
Yeah.
You can replace it with another machine, but that is one of ANSP's and one of ATM's classic problems. Our life cycles are in the order of 15 to 20 years. Now, what you've just said, though, John, surely implies that we've got to think about software life cycles that are completely different to the types of life cycles that we've always had in the past, because otherwise we can't sack the software.
Right, exactly.
And of course, we have this sort of strange situation that actually we end up becoming very, very wedded to the software or the technologies that are embedded within our systems. It's really interesting, isn't it, how this discussion is going, because I think more and more we're all leaning towards how do we think about the technology as perhaps an equal partner within the decision making and the delivery that we are overseeing. And I'm reminded actually of a quote I read about someone who was in charge of the robots that were autonomous robots that worked in an Amazon warehouse, and I will misquote it, but I usually have it on a slide in front of me. But this guy was responsible for overseeing, I don't know, 5 or 6 robots that potted around the place and did their work. And someone said, "Oh, do you have a favorite?" And he said, "Oh, actually, yeah, I do." And he said, "Oh, I really like, ZX54321." And he said, "That robot's really got life sussed, uses really, really efficient pathways, does absolutely the minimum work needed in order to get the job done, manages to avoid jobs if another robot steps forward and takes it. That robot's got its work-life balance sorted out." So I think there's a really interesting way in which we need to start rethinking the partnership between technology and people within systems. But I'm also struck by, I know we've got some questions from the audience, and I don't know.
We probably at some point ought to let Tony have a go as well.
No, yeah, I don't know whether you want Tony us to.
I knew I had the easiest panel. I knew I had the easiest panel. So when you lead the moderator out, so he's just listening to it. So then I think we can leave it talking for hours. So yeah, there are a couple of interesting questions that are fired from the audience. I have some in the room here. So I'll fire 2 or 3 because then I don't know when I can interrupt you. So one of them is, he says, one of the challenges I face in my company is trying to get the message across that we should deploy design changes with the expectation that they will fail. And that comes back to your, human dimension of technological resilience. Hence, we are better placed to respond. Often the engineers are so confident in what they've been built. There is expectation that it will be successful. Any advice you can offer in engineering speak to improve on that? I think it goes back to the culture. We need to accept failures and learn from failures. Otherwise, we are not becoming resilient.
Yeah, and I'll give an example. When I moved from NATS to Skyguide in 2011, one of the things that struck me in moving was I moved from a place where if the software wasn't really good, there was a lot of complaint and an immediate suggestion that you had to roll back. And that comes with the risk that John mentioned earlier on. Just a simple rollback is not always the least risky option. But a belief with some of the engineers and with a lot of the ATCOs that if the software isn't perfect, then we shouldn't be deploying this. I came to Skyguide where both the engineers and the controllers got a different mindset, had learnt a different mindset, if you like. So in other words, that's not it's not an accident. It's a function of the way that the controllers have been trained and systems had been employed. But it was the software is not going to be perfect, but the game to make sure is that it's not terminally not perfect, and that you don't lose your system completely and you don't look again at a black screen. If something crashes, and this is then the engineer said, if it crashes, we want it to crash quickly, we reset it quickly, and then we'll find out what happened and patch that. And that mentality, that mindset accepted by the ATCOs, is a very, very different place to be. So for Sinead, I don't actually know the answer to how you move from the one to the other, but I think it comes as well with maybe a lot of awareness program about modern software and how that modern software can work. And if you have a system that does crash, it crashes quickly, you reset it quickly, that doesn't necessarily give you a blank screen or no access to radio, because you can continue to have the systems operating for 5 or 10 minutes whilst the engineers in the background or the system itself is resetting itself. And then we live with a workaround for a short while, and we patch very quickly. So within days, we patch to make sure that we've dealt with that. So that would be a journey that I went through, and I saw 2 different sort of mentalities of that. And what I certainly try and do within Skyguide is make sure that we encourage everyone to understand software is never going to be perfect. There will always be bugs in the software. And the managers also need to understand, is this now a safety critical bug or a problem, or is this something that we can live with and patch up? And 99 times out of 100, the answer comes in the second category. We can patch and we can go on and we can keep going. But it is a really difficult mindset, I think, to change. And that's a change management job, I think, which will inevitably take a number of years.
Yeah, I want to add, I completely agree with Alex, and I'd like to yes and what you said. The first is that I've never met a software engineer, including myself, who doesn't want to be optimistic about how the code is running. The question then is, what picture in their minds do they have about the various conditions the software will encounter as it's running, right? Necessarily, in order to start writing code, you've got to have at least some picture. And of course, remember, we never noticed the bugs that were prevented, right? Because they didn't show up. And so on the one hand, software engineers tend to be, when they're done with a particular functionality, that sort of thing, tend to be a lot more optimistic. But they're optimistic about the picture, about satisfying the picture that they had in their minds. And if you can create space and create conditions where engineers can talk, collaborate with both the end users as well as other engineers about what maybe they hadn't thought about, maybe what the picture as they were writing the code, as they were implementing functionality, had not thought of. The entire point of code review hinges and sits on top of this fundamental that you can't have an omniscient view of the world. You know, one of the more, I would say, recent, in the last 5 or 6 years, is this notion of fault injection, or in some parts of the industry call it chaos engineering. With this idea, and they can be both real exercises, but they can also be tabletop exercises, where you're presented, this is how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to go like this and take data from blah, 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 and present this to a group and say, what are all the various ways that this could, you know, go wrong? What are the ways that we might even be able to test that this is going to go wrong? And like I said before, there's things that we know that occur to us to test. And then there are things that might occur to other people about what they could test. On the scenarios where there is a bug, something's discovered. Sometimes there's bugs that you can only discover in the real world, in real life production situations. Designing the software in such a way that the rest of the functionality can continue running when the functionality affected by the bug can be temporarily turned off. Some people will call this feature flags or configuration flags. In that way, you're doing more than just shut it down and fix it quickly, because you're not shutting everything down. You're just shutting down the portion of the system that is affected. My guess, and I have to say, I have to admit that I don't have a good handle on all of the various bits of software that the ATM world relies on. But my guess is not all functionality is as critical as, they're not equal with respect to criticality, right? Given the choice between these 10 features, if you were to say to controllers or other folks, which of these would you be open to temporarily disabling, they'd probably give you a ranked list, right? And so being able to do that requires building those controls, those knobs and levers that we're mentioning. My colleague Dave Woods has called they're hedging strategies, right? You don't hedge on situations that you feel comprehensively confident about, right? You hedge in scenarios where you're not entirely 100% confident, and so you've got these abilities, these design features, so that you can, I don't want to say gracefully degrade, but it's sort of like graceful degradation.
Can I throw in something? Because, and again, it's your personal view. You will not be held responsible of the organizations that you represent. And this one is for Sarah, maybe, and then Alex, you can pick up on that. And I want to give credit to the room because also they raise interesting question. And again, you mentioned earlier that having a head of the UK Department of Transport, it's a regulatory head. One issue that we have, and we've discussed with this new complexity of the software, the way they operate, it will scare the regulators to certify. So the question here in the room is, how does certification of technology influence resilience? And I'll do a parenthesis and I'll use a story. One of my best days in international conference, I have to give credits to my colleagues here to CANSO, was a few years ago. We're at the global safety event of CANSO in Sydney, Australia. In the last day, they brought in all the manufacturers of remote towers and their partners, ANSPs. And they said, okay, they were presenting interesting stuff, and they were, and one of the biggest issues was, of course, social acceptance of the unions and so forth. But the second biggest, if not biggest of that, was the regulatory approval of operating these new technologies. So how do we balance that, and how, and it's not because the regulators, they will not want to, but it's the novelty for them as well. How do we reach that message to them, and how we bring that the resilience into them as well?
And so I'm happy to sort of respond on this. So, and I think first of all, I'll explain my role and the way in which the department works, which I'm still working. So the department has the sort of the policy responsibility, but works very closely with regulators, which are sometimes international or sometimes national. And then, of course, occasionally will directly work with government to influence changes in the law as well. So there's different ways in which this all plays out. But also, I have the joy of being an independent science advisor to the department. So I never speak for the department. I advise the department in terms of the different things that that should be considered or could be considered, and comment on the things that are being done. So I think the question was around the relationship between certification and resilience. And actually, as you mentioned, I work in a number of different areas. I work in healthcare, I work in manufacturing, as well as in transport. And this has been one of the persistent problems, is how do we certify something that may behave in a way that we've never seen before? And I think the first thing that I would really want to emphasize is that we must not let that get in the way of innovation. We need to overcome this challenge, and we need to recognize that many of the frameworks that we use to regulate or certify in all walks of life are bounded by either technical testing, scenarios which are quite fixed and quite specific, or by various sort of standards or frameworks, which again are fixed and specific. Yet we are designing technologies that will not work in a fixed and specific way. So actually, we need to completely rethink the way in which we are looking at certification. But we also need to recognize the responsibility of everyone within the system. And sadly, we also need to recognize that if something does go wrong, especially in the world of aviation, it can be very, very bad. And so having the right level of risk appetite in different parts of the system, and making sure that all those who are enabling that risk appetite, whether it is government, whether it's industry, whether it's small, medium-sized enterprises, whether it's organisations such as Eurocontrol that have the broader responsibility, that we've got the right frameworks there to recognise the responsibilities that those people need to take on. I actually really worry about a scenario in any walk of life where something happens, it's traced back to the technology, and there's a targeting of those who've designed that technology. That really concerns me as a scenario that may occur, and we need to prevent that from occurring, because we need to enable innovation. We need to enable, if we're going to meet some of the challenges we face around net zero, around delivering increased capacity, and around actually delivering sort of societal equality, then we have to innovate. And we need to make sure that we don't unintentionally put barriers in the way that stop people's ability to innovate and deploy. So I'm afraid I don't really have an answer to the question, but I think that one of the really important things is we have to recognise the enormity of the challenge and recognise that this requires revolution, not evolution, of the way in which we're working in this area. I'm interested in what Alex and John think.
In the way that we work in this area, and in the way that the regulator looks at things as well. So I think the regulator has got two big challenges here. One is the knowledge, the technical knowledge within the regulator, because in order to understand how to approve, certify a piece of software, you actually need to understand what that's about, and that's not traditionally been the sorts of level of expertise that a regulator has believed that they need. But they do now need to start getting software engineers in to help them to understand. And I'll link back to that in a moment. The other thing, and I think you're absolutely right, Sarah, is the regulator is concerned about societal acceptance, because it is one thing if an aircraft with a pilot hits another aircraft with a pilot. It's a very different thing if two aircraft that are driven by software hit each other, and society accepts deaths on the road without any real problem every year. You have one death in the air, and already we've got a problem. You know, you make that an unmanned creation of an accident, and that's totally unacceptable. So there's something about society's need also to kind of grow, to be more mature in its understanding and its acceptance of risk in the air as it is on the road or on the rails. And I think that regulators are struggling with that because, of course, their political masters haven't got it clear in their minds what that should be yet either. And if I look at, just to take a quick digression down into drones and unmanned air vehicles, I mean, these are pieces of technology which are going to come along, which are going to create a disruption in the way traditional air traffic management is done. And I believe that disruption, once we have got over the disrupting effect, will generate technological resilience in the ATM system, because we will have learned things that we would have thought today are impossible to think about. So to come right back to create the loop to the original question, one of the things that we need to do is we need to talk openly about the software development, the fact that regulating the software development is different. And certainly what we've done in Skyguide is we've gone and taken the regulator in right at the very beginning of the software development of our virtual center and taken them all the way through the various stages, not so that we give them a fait accompli at the end, which is a black box that they can't possibly understand, and then say, please approve this, but to say, this is what we've done, then this is what we've done, and we're now doing this. And sometimes that becomes even more challenging, but I can't see another way around that. It's difficult for the regulator then, of course, because the regulator then suddenly starts to feel that she is too close and no longer has that regulatory distance that's also required as well. So it's quite a difficult balancing act for the regulator, but that is certainly my view of the best way to go on that. John?
Yeah, so to sort of continue on my thread of saying the quiet part out loud, if we were to look at history of incidents or outages, right, where there have been disruptions, certainly the ones that you read about in the news, all of them were certified. They were compliant. They had fit, right? The reason why they were operating to begin with was because they passed those things. So as a result, we have to then logically acknowledge that certification of any sort of compliance regime, regulatory structure, is just like testing, software testing. It's not a guarantee, right, in any means. And by the way, I just want to mention, Sarah, I just so very much love what you said. You know, I also share the fear that that the scope of a given disturbance or investigation of a disturbance, you know, lands on the shoulders of a software development team or individual software developer. But you could also say, well, why wouldn't you have targeted the person who certified it, right? I don't think maybe this people certifying it would say, oh, well, that can't be the case. Well, if that's not the case, it must mean that it's important, just not sufficient, right? So instead, if we were to swap out, take a different view, which is that there ought to be, taking a resilience perspective, multiple ways of creating and maintaining confidence about the behavior of software, knowing that there's going to be situations where it will prove to be incomplete, fine. Making it such that when it is incomplete and surprises do occur, that those surprises are not catastrophic, is the work of preparing to be unprepared, right? And so if you think about it that way, it's compliance, it's certification, it's testing, it's getting, I guess, you know, Alex, to like you pointed out, what I had said earlier at the beginning was bringing the designers of software developers closer to the end users. I don't see an alternative where regulators coming closer to the understanding, or at least the perspective of the developers as well as the end users, could be anything but productive. Again, I say that as a non-regulator. And I'm sure that'll introduce a whole host of other issues, but I don't see an alternative.
Do you mind if I just come in again on this sort of working in partnership challenge? Because I absolutely agree with you, John, that I think we need to bring the software engineers and any other technology engineers closer to the users. But I also think that we must recognize that we train different people with different skills and we ask them to learn to think in certain ways. And I've worked for many, many years with engineers of all different sort of types and flavors, mechanical engineers, chemical engineers, electrical engineers, and they are absolutely brilliant because they are trained to think in quite a specific, structured, analytical way. And I'm a big fan of bringing in diversity in teams. So I think that one of the things we need to do, alongside making sure that all those who are part of our design systems are working to understand the way in which technologies are used in practice, we also need to recognize that there's a point where it becomes a bit unfair to expect everyone to be able to understand every single perspective. What we do, I think, have a reasonable expectation of is that everyone listens to others. So I think bringing in different voices at different stages in the design process, so bringing users in early into a design process to be able to challenge, to be able to ask the naive questions, to make sure we guide people through the design blindness, because we're very bad at thinking about what a completely different way of thinking to solve a problem might be. But making sure we've got those right levels of challenge at different stages in the design process, but not expecting people to challenge themselves all the time, because that's just an exceptionally hard thing to do. And it's so much easier if we bring in other voices. What that needs is a culture that enables that challenge. and it enables people to be able to listen to the views of people with different expertise other than their own, and build that into and recognize it and feed it into the design system. So I think there's some other sort of cultural things that we need to do in order to deliver the technological resilience that we're all keen on.
That's a brilliant point. Actually, I just wanted to raise it and you stolen my thunder, Sarah. I came across this issue of cognitive diversity, again, in a moment of embarrassing of Steve Shorrock. What is in common between me and Matthew Syed? It's an, again, famous sportsman in the UK, and it's a great writer. So he wrote a book about rebel ideas last year, and in there he said the following story. He said, look, if you are in a business like track and field and you want to win the 4x100 relay, so you don't need diversity, you need 4 times Usain Bolt. But in a highly complex and diverse industry like aviation, you need cognitive diversity. And that's exactly your point, Sarah. Bring different people with different views that, okay, they may bring that challenge that you said, and it's difficult. And maybe that's a question for Alex and also for us, because we tend to recruit people that they think like us. We like them because, and that's why we select them. But the point is how we can bring that diversity. And also raising another point, and then you can dwell on that as we let you lose again into the conversation, but spare some time because there are incredible good questions here coming in. You mentioned all as a thread. I think the way how you develop software, John, you said about you are alluding to microservicing, allow businesses to still run what some are failing. You mentioned the navigational, the GPS failure, Sarah, and then you mentioned this virtualization, but maybe diversity is how we bring that diversity also in technology, what we recommend as, because at the end we will all be dependent on the cloud, but you know, is it cloud the solution? What other diversity solution we have with the diverse people? So can you elaborate on that? Maybe first, Alex, how do you, what's your policy of recruiting in Skyguy?
I think that traditionally ANSPs have probably not, we've not been good at listening to other industries. We're very good at listening to ourselves and to our own industry and saying, as I said before, with the 2 myths, we're unique and we have to do this ourselves. It means that we don't need to listen to anybody else. But getting people in from the Googles, from the Amazons, from telcos, understanding, you know, how others have managed the change from an asset infrastructure to a data management organization. And I suppose I make the link now to Milena's question, which goes in that direction. Traditionally, and still today, an air navigation service provider, and how many air navigation service providers have actually spent very much time providing navigation services to their customers in the last decade? Not very many. So that also indicates that we're moving in a way that we haven't really managed to recognize yet as well. We still define ourselves as an ANSP, and we are in a lot of times, certainly in Europe, we're in a system which incentivizes us to think this way. We define ourselves by the assets that we own, and that's looking backwards. If we want to look forwards, we've got to start to define ourselves by the data that we manage and how well we manage that data around the network. And that also points towards being a much more digital future than the analog NDB VOR. Okay, DVOR is digital as well, but a radio beacon based asset based thinking. And so for me, I think that we have to take this journey, and we do need to make that journey that says we no longer define ourselves by our assets. We define ourselves by how well we manage the data flow, which then allows the aircraft to flow through the airspace as well. And that requires us to think differently, and we can't do that if we've got people that have been in this system for the last 30 years. It's not possible.
John, you want to pick on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess something that you mentioned about towards the end of what you said, Tony, about cloud. Something that I would throw out there is that on the one hand, what great benefits have already been demonstrated by something as a service, right? But the cloud, just like artificial intelligence, of course, it's not magic. It's not going to solve all your problems. It introduces, back to Bainbridge, new situations. So, for example, if you are an organization that relies on data, probably multiple clouds for various functions, the huge economic benefit, huge economies of scale benefit, all of that, you're no longer spending time and attention building that stuff yourself. All of that is excellent, and to some extent necessary. The disadvantage is that you may get really good at depending and relying on that. Clouds are also just organizations that build software. Remember, I was saying that software can't be comprehensively tested and that there's always sort of bugs. And so, but in this situation, you're a customer. My colleague Dave Woods has called this the multiplayer sort of dilemma, in that, for example, a significant portion of Amazon Web Services went down yesterday for multiple hours, took down many organizazations that depend on it. Suffice to say, I feel pretty confident that Amazon itself was working very hard on resolving that issue, to the extent that the customers waiting for that to come back up have any insight on how that's going, on any sort of anything that they might even be able to do in the future to help mitigate the effects, the impact of situations like that in the future, it much more opaque than if you were to have it in-house, right? And so there's a I can't do anything because this thing that's almost always working goes down, and I don't have any ability to even introspect in even the most surface way about that and what I might be able to do about that. So again, necessary, introduces new vulnerabilities and risks.
There is a question in the Q&A which comes through, and it's maybe related to that, so all three of you can jump into it. It said, in my perception, there is a strong focus on development of systems serving the main air traffic management business. And I think, Alex, you touched base. I think the question is actually being asked to you first, but please, colleagues, jump in. While the business has decidedly turned digital, hundreds of thousands of messages that each NSP exchange on daily basis with ENM and other parties, and actually SkyGuide is a B2B business with the network manager. So can we put then a bifocal focus on development, a support engineering complex to analyze, validate, test, and train both engineers and controllers on failures of these data exchanges? Even further, do you see a point when this support complex will be equal main engineering complex?
So from my part, and thank you, Milena, for your reply as well. I think I've said as much as I can on that one, so I will step out of that. But just to repeat, I think ANSPs need to re-identify themselves, stop identifying themselves with their assets, and identify themselves with their ability to manage data. And that's a big cultural journey that needs to be made.
Right, now a question which comes from the room, and that says, with this pandemic, and I think how difficult is to gain approval to invest in technological innovation? How difficult is to attract again capital investment? I think in the previous panel we touched briefly on the financial resilience and the model of the NSPs that we have in Europe. Well, Sarah, maybe we can start with you. Is it the Department of Transport can facilitate that, facilitate funding for some of the organization, at least for those who are public enterprises?
I think it's a really, really good question, and I'll just answer the questions generically rather than specific from a sort of a government department point of view, it's really difficult. I've worked in this sort of area and looking at technology for 25 years. And I've always been based in an engineering department within the university. And I have observed over the years how much currency you obtain by having a big shiny thing. And that can apply in all sorts of areas. So one of my colleagues who I work very closely with works in autonomous technologies in cars, and he has a car simulator. And people get what he does because they walk past the car simulator that's a real half car with a simulation of autonomous technologies within it. I've never had big shiny things in my research because I've always worked with in situ systems. So I spent lots of time not at the university. I've gone to air traffic control sites or aviation sites or rail control sites or highways control sites, and I've gone and watched people work in practice. And then occasionally have also used computing technologies, so standard desktop technologies, to simulate different scenarios and things like this. So I think there is something human about understanding investment in big shiny things that doesn't play out as effectively in technology. And actually, I think that those of us who work in the world of technology need to recognize and tackle that challenge. We need to play the big shiny things people at their own game. We need to, first of all, demonstrate what our technologies look like. In fact, I think it was on the slides that have been shown as part of this session. How do we represent all of these data things? And I think there's a picture, isn't there, of a large mainframe computer or a massive server that's coming up in the cycle of images, because we can't even represent what we're talking about in this panel in a way that is as meaningful as showing an aircraft or showing the screen of an air traffic controller display. So there's just something that makes it difficult for us to understand what the impact is of things that we can't see and feel and hear. So what we need to do, therefore, is think about how we represent the impact of technology on the overall system, which is why I gave those case examples. Those case examples are case examples that we've developed in order to understand why we may need to invest more in understanding the impact of position, navigation and timing technologies on the transport system. So we recognized that this was something that was a nebulous challenge that people didn't necessarily understand in the same way as they understand what happens if there is a technical mechanical failure in part of our system. So I actually think that we need to take responsibility for addressing this challenge and think about how we communicate and represent these abstract concepts in a concrete manner.
If I can just build straight on that, and with a couple of examples from Switzerland. The first one is that actually, as an ANSP, we didn't have any difficulty getting a loan on the commercial market, even in this crisis. So in 2021, this year, we required a loan of 250 million, which we could easily have got as a commercial loan. The Swiss government decided that for the purposes of its own reasons, it would make the loan itself at a lower interest rate. So that helps us, helps our customers as well. But we could have got that on the market. One of the key parts behind that is we said we continue and we will continue to invest in our virtual center. We believe in our virtual center and we can see the benefits that get created from it. And I think that's then the main point that I would now come with, and that is, if you are investing well, if you really have got something useful to invest in, then you should be able to construct a business case. In our case, in our industry, business cases tend to be rather longer than many people are used to. So the virtual center business case, virtual center, we've started building it in 2014. We'll finish around about a decade later in 2024, maybe 2025. It starts to get positive on its NPV in 2028, 2029, and then it delivers positive after that. So it is a long business case from the start of the program until it creates a positive NPV. But as long as you can show that and then deliver that benefit, of course, as well, that are in the business case, then anyone's going to support you and anyone's going to be happy to invest in that. And there, I think, is something that ANSPs and ATM generically has not done particularly well in the past years, and that is focus on the benefits of the investments that we make rather than simply replacing obsolete equipment.
Right, I want to build on that, and all of you can react. And because I think, you know, based on what you are telling, all three of you, it looks like the company who will thrive after this pandemic, like in any crisis, are those who will be investing in technology, in becoming technological resilient. And I'm quoting here from an article from the Harvard Business Review. This chap says the following: even before the COVID-19 crisis, rapid technological change, growing economic interdependence, and mounting political instability has conspired to make the future increasingly murky. And he goes and elaborates it: by the start of 2020, the sense of uncertainty was so pervasive that many executives were doubling down on efficiency at the expense of innovation, favoring the present at the expense of the future. And then the pandemic hit. And there is now the tyranny of the present is supreme. A lot of organizations have had no choice but to focus on surviving immediate threats. So there is no futurists in foxholes. Any views on that? It looks like you are betting on the future, so you try to put some money on the innovation, and you know, rather than trying to just survive the day-to-day of the pandemics.
Yeah, and I think, of course, it depends on exactly where you are and what your financial setup is and what your company structure is, as well as an ANSP. But certainly for us, there was in Switzerland, there was a piece that said we need liquidity, so we do need some help. In our case, that help came from the main shareholder, which is the Swiss government. The second part was, how do we get out of this? If we simply reduce all of our costs to the absolute minimum, then all we can do is maintain status quo. And if you're absolutely commercial business, sometimes you're forced into that. You have no choice at all. But we had a choice because we could convince the government to say, we believe that if we stop investing now, we're simply delaying the point at which we create benefits in the future. And that's therefore not a particularly intelligent long-term direction to take. The Swiss government agreed with us, and therefore we were able to take that path. And I think, and here's where we come back to, if you can create, and the virtual center works by becoming more flexible, scalable, and resilient, but it also becomes more efficient. And that efficiency gives us the thing that it is the rationale for continuing the delivery of the technology. And the big problem I think that we have in a lot of ANSPs is that we are often investing in technology that is actually 20 years old, 15 years old today. And because we've invested so much money in it already, we're going to have to keep investing in it in order to just have the system there and working. But we haven't taken a step forward. We've probably taken half a step back, or stood on the spot at the very, very best. Sarah.
Yeah, I think you've put it really, really well. I think that the other thing we need to do is we need to recognise the role of fundamental science and research in demonstrating the impact of innovation. As I say, I come from having been in a university environment for most of my life, and I've seen a real change in terms of universities, particularly in engineering, understanding the importance not just of doing science for science sake, but demonstrating the impact of that science in the real world. That is extremely important, because that evidence then allows us to make the case for innovation. But we do need to also really, really make sure we're capturing data when we're investing to save. It feels that there's so many biases that we have in our decision making, aren't there? And it feels difficult to spend a large amount of money in the anticipation of saving over a long period of time. It's a bit like, you know, why aren't we all switching our home heating to solar heating? Because it's a big outlay now that then requires us to get payback over a long period of time. We're much better at making decisions where we see the payback in a very, very short period of time. Similarly, we're very, very susceptible to sunk cost bias. So when we've previously put investment into something, we're very reluctant to recognize that it's now not the right thing that's fit for purpose, and that we actually need to change our strategy, and that it's better not to throw good money after old. So I think it's about making sure that actually we're taking advantage of evidence from fundamental research and demonstrating the impact of innovation. It feels like we've been talking a lot about enabling appropriate level of risk taking and recognizing that things aren't going to be perfect, but also making sure we've got the mechanisms to enable us to take a long-term view and be confident in that long-term payback of innovation.
Right. Conscious of the time that we have left, there was a question here in the room, and I see it came also on the Q&A in the Zoom, was for John, but I think all three of you can talk. I was afraid to open it from the room because it may open a Pandora box, and I could not stop you from talking on it. It's cybersecurity. So, and then I was thinking to put it like that, you know, the young John in his bedroom, you know, luckily he fall on the good side, not on the dark side. So he turned as on the good side of the software engineering. And being cautious that today is not, you know, the young kids in their bedroom trying to demonstrate how good software engineers are. Our state-sponsored activities, the cybersecurity. How would you respond to the, I would say, is it a threat for the technology on ATM develop of the internet and virtualization? How do you comment on that? All three, and then we will end up with the final remarks. John, you start first.
Yeah. So, I mean, the answer is sure. It's a threat now. It would be whatever is deemed to be security threats, attack vectors in the current state of systems. I'm thinking back to Alex saying that quite a number of ANSPs are implementing quite old software even. It's just an exchange as more ATM applications and systems and software become more reliant on cloud services, you know, delivered across the internet. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily increasing or changing, increasing risk. It's making old risks less with less potential, and introduces new risks. This was always going to be the case. If I were to zoom forward to the last comment that I would make on this particular topic, putting together what we've talked about regulators working closer with software designers and developers, designers and developers working closely with the end users. I would also add people with security expertise working closer. One of the things that I learned as my role of a publicly traded e-commerce company here in New York was that effective security happens when security engineers are included at the very beginning. What we used to say is you're only a blocker if you're the last one consulted. You are not a blocker if you've been there the whole time, just as long, right alongside software engineers.
Thank you, John.
With that, John, and I just said one of the things that we've realized as well is that having older software in your system is probably the biggest risk you've got, and a distribution of the data is probably your biggest mitigation against that risk.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with the previous points. Cybersecurity challenges are already here, are already being dealt with. It's not so visible how they're being dealt with compared to when we see physical security challenges being dealt with. So I think that, again, recognizing this, it's the big shiny things again. It's recognizing that absolutely this requires different technological understanding, but it doesn't require the different type of systems thinking that we've always needed to think about resilience and security of systems overall.
Thank you. Any 30 seconds final view that you want to pass to us from your side? Or
I think as I've got the mic, I'll just sort of go back to this point about getting technology and people working together. And thinking about what's required there from a design and a communications point of view. How do we must embrace this new technology that's coming along. We mustn't be naysayers. So how do we make sure that we deal with the issues around certification, we deal with the issues around understanding and comprehension, and we deal with the issues of interaction between people and technologies within this complex system?
Thank you. John, Alex, any final word? No. Thank you very much. We are in totally depth with you. If it would be in a presence, I would ask all the participants, this time all internautes and this year, to give a big round of applause, and you have you deserve all that. Thank you very much. We still have questions, of course, and that we will fire them to you, and then some of the speakers of all panels will be tomorrow with us. So before I close the day with few logistic announcements, again, thanking you, the three of you, for the last panel. I'd like to invite Shane for some takeaways of today. And we'll have a small ATFM delay in closing the meeting, but I think I can indulge that. So Shane, please.
Roger that. I think I started out the day, thank you, Tony, started out the day talking about the team that supports us. And as we've been working here to moderate and try to get the questions to you, they've done a really good job of capturing the day's comments and the key takeaways. So I'll start with saying at close day one, what we discovered over the past few hours is that while you can't prepare for every eventuality, there are some steps you can take to make your business more resilient. Communications. This was something we heard consistently throughout all of our sessions today. In fact, Dr. Shahidi's survey in the LAC region showed 40% of respondents felt that there was a room for improvement in communications. I suspect we can all relate to that. Communicate with your people, especially when you're faced with adversity or disruption. And then there's leadership. As a leader, put yourself out there and listen to your people. A big part of communications is listening. Other things you can do as a leader: build healthy teams and get to know the person behind the role. Focus on the well-being of individuals. It will pay dividends in the long run. Then there's preparedness. Surround yourself with good people, bring in the right experts, and have great business continuity plans. But be prepared to adapt, flex, be agile with those plans. However you want to call it, having the ability to adjust to meet evolving needs will help boost your resilience. We can't afford to be brittle and rigid. Get comfortable with pivoting to your plan B or plan C. And as Tim said, remember that while your plans may change, your processes should remain consistent. Don't deviate from your safety management processes. Innovation. As Simon said this morning, we should also embrace innovation. This was a point echoed by Tim, who stressed the importance of allowing and empowering your people to innovate. As well as the organizational resilience, there's also personal resilience, something we'll hear more about tomorrow. Spend some time considering some of the great questions Kath posed. What gets you out of bed every day? What's your purpose? How do you recharge? And then we looked at technological resilience. How do we make our systems more flexible and scalable? And in Alex's words, how do we dispel the myths that we're unique and we have to do it all? And then think about technology. We need to consider the role of people, as they're going to have a role to play for the foreseeable future. And we shouldn't forget Sarah's mantra that humans are fallible and humans are brilliant. And a final clear and consistent theme today was the importance of learning. We heard this from nearly everyone today. Learn from your experiences and grow. Consider how your organization learns at a team and individual level, and how you capture those learnings and build them into your processes. And get comfortable with failure. See it as an opportunity to grow. As Ben said, fall down 7 times, get up on the 8th. And so, Tony, I'll turn it over to you to wrap it up. I do want to say one final thing. Thank you for the questions that we're getting from the audience. They're very wonderful, and we will get to them all, but it will take us some time. So,
yeah, and please keep that appetite on. Please continue to fire your questions. tomorrow at 14:10 Central European time, we are bringing back the speakers into this panel on how to do better and be resilient in the next of crisis. That's the moment of the day. We'd like to thank all the participants, the support team, the speakers, the sponsors, and wish you a good evening or good night wherever you are. Tomorrow we start back at 9:30 Central European time with the individual resilience panel. Again, tomorrow a day not to be missed. We'll continue after the coffee break with lessons learned from the COVID crisis. And then after lunch, we have this panel on how to do better and be resilient. And I think if you just want one takeaway from what you hear today and one takeaway from tomorrow and try to do different in your organization, because the change will start from every one of us, I encourage you to do that. So for the people here in the room, so we stop now at 7:30. We have 2 buses going to the central station with a stop in Schumann. Tomorrow morning, we have the buses coming in, 8 o'clock at central station, again with a stop in Schumann. And again, tomorrow after we finish, around 40 minutes past 3, at 4 o'clock, there are buses, 1 to the airport and 1 back to town. So that's it from the Europa studio. Stay well and see you tomorrow at 9:30 Central European time. Thank you.